All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to get things going. It's a little after 7 p.m. We're going to begin with our work session. We're going to hear from Chris Little, chairperson of the South Kingstown Housing Authority, regarding redevelopment plans for Champaign Heights. Chris, come on up. And we're going to have you go through this presentation, inform us to the full extent what's going on, and then we'll try to hold off on questions till the end. But if we can't hold ourselves back,
go right ahead. Thank you. And thank you very much for having us here tonight. With me is Paul Adaman and, of course, Laura Lee Costello and Frank Shea from Women's Development, our partner. And our project is very much alive, and just really appreciate the opportunity to tell you where it stands today. As you all know, in order to make this project come to fruition, we need funding, which is administered through competitive funding rounds that are administered by Rhode Island Housing once a year. And we participated in the funding round that was last December, and the answers came in April. And Rhode Island Housing gave us an answer saying, we think your project is too expensive, and we think you should reduce the number of buildings, not the number of units, but we think that your number of buildings, which on our proposal had 34 buildings with either duplexes or 3 units per building, to larger buildings, because they felt it would reduce cost. So we followed their directions to do that, and we are proceeding. We've had meetings since, with several meetings with Rhode Island Housing representatives and also with the Department of Housing representatives to make sure they understand the project. We've been strongly encouraged by them to proceed. I mean, Secretary Goddard has said they would like this really to succeed. They see this as a model for the state for how to redevelop public housing properties as being a great opportunity for the state. And we said we love to be the model for the state. Fund us. So, and we've gone forward and we've made some minor design modifications, which result in having a reduction in the number of buildings from 34 to 23. And Paul Adaman from Union Studio will go through a few slides here to show you that we have kept and are very serious about maintaining the intent and design intent that we had in the proposals that we gave to you last winter, which is to make sure that we have a project that really is not just public housing or low-income housing, but is something that is in keeping with the design characteristics of this community and will be an enhancement to this community for years to come. So I think that we're deeply committed to the project. It's been a while, it's had its bumps, but we just keep focused, and we know that you agree with us that this project not only has the opportunity to expand the number of affordable housing units in the town, from just Champaign Heights alone would be from 52 to 85, 33 new units, which would be really workforce housing. And it also gives us the opportunity to redevelop Fournier with another 22 to 24 units, and potentially some other units that may be available through part of the rules changes that HUD has had. But even more so, we look at this and say, if we don't do anything, we're going to lose the housing that now is available for 52 families because it's falling down, and we don't have the funds and won't have the funds. So we're deeply committed to this. We're very appreciative of the council's support, and just would like to now just turn it over to Paul. Just in terms of procedurally, tomorrow night we're going before the planning board. We've asked for approval for a minor modification to the permit, to the approval that we received last January. And we're going to have a presentation that'll be somewhat longer tomorrow night before the planning board, and seek the planning board's recommendation to the administrative officer, Mr. Rabbit, for approval of the minor modification, and then we will be going off to try to secure the funding that we need to get this underway. So with that, I just want to turn it over to Paul at this point, if we can.
Good evening, everybody. Paul Ataman with Union Studio Architecture and Community Design. We've been working with Chris and Laura Lee for over a year on this project, as you know. And I just wanted to walk you through some of the changes that Chris has mentioned and talked about in a little bit more detail, but not in too much depth. I hope you can see the screen and I think the package. Oh, so I'm glad I asked. And I'll look at that one. So architecturally, the revised proposal is minimally different from the original concept, and in some instances offers some potential benefits. The number and distribution of units remain unchanged, and some of the buildings have been combined to help alleviate construction costs. The revised concept is for 23 buildings compared to 24 previously, and 6 building types down from 7 before. The total number of apartments remains the same, 85, and the number of bedrooms as well, at 222. The parking spaces have remained the same, 128, and very importantly, the entire road network has not changed either. The real changes are in the combination of the buildings going from 2 and 3 unit townhouse styles to 3 unit and 4 unit townhouse styles. So we were using all of the existing footprints where buildings were proposed previously and combining them into 3 and 4 unit townhouses, maintaining the locations where they were previously proposed. We don't believe that these changes meaningfully alter the character of the site. Their well-proportioned design that was originally proposed to the planning board and the town council. The architectural detailing remains the same, the materials remain the same, and the scale in terms of the height. We're not adding any more floors or to the attics or a 3-story. They're all still 2 stories. The revised concept also provides other net positives relative to the site and the building design. Combining smaller buildings allows for more landscaping possibilities, more room between the buildings for privacy and yard space. And we also have been able to increase a couple of the pocket parks, working with the planning board for our preliminary plan approval. That was a very important aspect of our design, was to create plentiful open space and recreational space for the residents. So in essence, we've actually increased those opportunities in the small pocket parks and created one additional one at bullet point number 5. So aggregating units means an overall decrease in exterior wall area too, which is really important for the energy efficiency of the buildings, as well as long-term.
Can you zoom in a little so we can see this a little clearer?
Yeah, I don't have control over
I
it, so
know.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
When you said bullet point 5, I'm like, well, I can't see anything, so.
Well, I'm also assuming that you have a packet in front of you, but maybe you don't. So I apologize if oh, sorry. Okay. So bullet point, it's okay. Yes, he is.
Is it possible, Jamie, if you just send it to us so we can look on our,
Can you print out 5 hard copies?
or anything, I mean,
I have a copy here if you like, and you can share it and pass it along.
Nicole, can you make 5 copies?
Or are you sending to print right from here?
just, yeah, Nicole's copying it. Chris, we didn't receive this previously. It's not in my home files, is it? This presentation? Okay.
But I think this is a nice image right here where Jamie has it. The bullet point 5 is on right there where his cursor is. And that little corner park at the intersection of the 2 roads used to be occupied by a building. So as you can see, he'll go to that cursor right there. And so it's a nice opportunity to open up the streetscape a little bit there and create a nice corner condition for a public moment. So all of the recreational spaces, the the client applicant would like remains. We have a small laundry room that is the center of the lower right-hand corner of the site that faces a small green. And there's also existing laundry in the existing administrative building as you enter into the neighborhood. And this also allows the civil engineering to be a little bit more, I don't want to say loose, but it gives the civil engineer more opportunity for better stormwater management through grading and underground stormwater management, because with the multiple buildings, the spaces were much tighter between the buildings, and this has actually alleviated some of those constraints and also moved some of the buildings further away from our two waste collection areas on the northeast corner of the site in plan, and the southeast corner in plan. I think that's about it. I'm here for some questions if you have any. I know this is probably the first time you've seen it, but maybe we can go to the architecture, Jamie. Yeah. And if you zoom out, you could see what we've done is done a comparison. The left box is the 7 building types that we previously proposed, and on the right are the 6 new building types. And these will have a variety depending on where they exist on the site. So as we scroll through, some of them might have a wraparound porch on one side, others don't. Another might have a gable fronting the street, and another doesn't. So through these base building types, these are then deployed throughout the site with various tweaks and articulations depending on where they are on the site. So next one. And here it's a little bit more of an analysis of how those changes were made. The left-hand side is a 3-unit townhouse that was then made into a 4-unit townhouse. But you can see that the architecture is just about the same. It's just that it's been one dwelling unit's been added to the end of this 3-unit to make that 4-unit building. And so we've, on each of these building types, we've gone through the analysis of showing how those changes were made. Next. On the left, we added one unit to make that a 4-unit dwelling. And then on the right, that particular one did not change at all. So some of them did not change. I think it was 2 that did not change. They remain as 3-unit townhouses. And then this is sort of the variety that I was mentioning. The 2 blue dots, the 2 lower ones, is the same base plan, but they have small variations with a wraparound porch or a different window placement. And you can't see now, but they're keyed into the site plan to where exactly those buildings exist on the site. So we've taken a very careful consideration and look at doing this and maintaining the neighborhood feel and the character that we originally proposed. And this is the final, I think the last one, right? Oh, no, one more. And that's it, Jamie? Oh, 2 more, sorry. And we also put together a street elevation to illustrate what the new street would look like in 2 locations. And the longer one on the bottom right is the blue line on the north part of the site, and then a smaller segment of a streetscape is the upper right-hand side.
All right. I'll lead us off with a question here.
Yeah.
Chris, I'll sort of direct it toward you. I know when this first development application went through, you were active in meeting with the housing secretary, the House Speaker, and it appeared, every indication was that, they feel positive about this project. They're going to help to the full extent they can to make sure it's funded. You even worked with an outside counsel whose specialty is identifying how your project would score on the metrics that the housing director would use in evaluating these projects. So I guess, getting the project getting denied funding is somewhat of a surprise, I think, disappointment, but happy to see you guys come back with a new plan on their advice to kind of help get this through, get the funding, and ultimately get more housing and improve housing over there. But can you walk through a little bit of that, what I mentioned there?
Yes, we were very disappointed at the outcome because we did receive a great deal of support, and while there were many attributes to this project and the economics that were quite positive, most notably because we will be having a transfer of public housing assistance from the existing housing authority to the new units, our cash flow would be much greater than most projects of this type that come off the ground, which gives us the ability to fund a mortgage and to carry a larger expense and to have the level of quality that we were seeking. And second, one of the downsides of being on HUD is that we did have to pay prevailing wage, residential prevailing wage, which many developers don't have to pay. But we felt that normally that's a cost that is considered to be an extraordinary cost for purposes of the review. It is a highly competitive process. They only provided funding for 3 projects this past year under really the 9% low-income housing tax credit funding. Since that time, and to try to avoid it, we know that the Secretary of Housing has expressed she's taking more of an active role in establishing what are the criteria that Rhode Island Housing utilizes. And so we've met with them and we've run by our ideas and concepts with them to try to make sure this one is going to get over the finish line. And we want to take our steps one by one, which is to go to the planning board and make sure that they're satisfied that this is a minor modification consistent with the original design intent, and then we intend to do everything we possibly can to get this approved. But yes, you're right, we were disappointed. There isn't any way to say otherwise than we were disappointed with the outcome, but that doesn't mean we're stopping. And we have received enough encouragement. We know that it is an important project, and it's really a necessary project for this community.
Thank you, Chris. Another question here. It sounded like you said 3 projects were funded so far. How much available pot of monies is there from the program you're seeking funding from?
Well, we are seeking funding on the core funding comes from low-income housing tax credits, and Rhode Island Housing has been charged by federally with being the entity that administers those funds for the federal government. And the 9% tax credits are really very important to the viability of a project like ours. And so they only were able to fund 3 9% low-income housing tax credits, and ours was not among them. And so the secretary is aware, and we were waiting to see how much involvement she has in this current year, and as they go through the transition between the Department of Housing, as we understand it, and Rhode Island Housing in terms of who is establishing really the rules. We are optimistic that they are going to receive us favorably this year, but there were only 3 projects statewide that received the 9% credits. Now, there were other projects that received other types of funding, and probably Frank Shea would be better equipped to answer that if you wanted to know the specifics, but there's not enough money is really what it comes down to.
Oh, Frank, come on up.
So we will participate, they do around once a year.
And speak on the mic if you could.
Sorry. They do around once a year, and so in last year's funding, as Chris said, we were not among the 3 picked. And I think fair to say the only concern was the cost of the project on a per unit basis, which is becoming more and more an issue in their funding decisions. And as Chris said, there are a number of drivers unique to this project that make it a little bit more expensive, primarily being There's this great federal subsidy that comes with it, but it does carry increased labor costs. This year, they've clarified the rules so that they have what's called extraordinary conditions that will be, and prevailing wage is one of them, so we won't be penalized this time. And so we're doing a number of things to just bring that cost per unit down, and the consolidation of the buildings, as Paul's explained here, is one of them. But we're, confident in a very competitive environment that this is what was needed to kind of strengthen the project. Applications will go in December, on this annual process, and a decision in March or April like last year.
All right, thank you, Frank. Any questions?
Oh, there we go. I remember in the beginning stages when we were discussing this, we had some residents from Champaign Heights who expressed their thoughts about how this would go forward. And so I have to say that I'm pleased that we've gone only just from 24 to 23 buildings. Is that correct? So it's not going to be a much more condensed version of housing. It sounds like we're able to sort of stretch those out from.
Well, we had 34
Oh, you had-
buildings, and we're going from 34 to 23.
Okay, so
So instead of having buildings, we won't have any buildings that are purely duplexes. We'll have some buildings which will be have 3 units, and other buildings that will have 4 units. And so that's the difference.
have there been any discussions with the residents at this point, or is this just something that we need to do because of the way it is? So, and the way that the funding and the recommendations have come down to us. The other thing, sort of in that same line, is the laundry facilities. So I know that that was expressed, during the time of discussion with the residents, that there really was a need for increased laundry facilities. In fact, one of the people that used to sit on the council with us used to do people's laundry in there because the washers were often broken and stuff. So I just wonder if we can somehow add a few more washers. Then it sounds like they're just in one place now, or maybe like 2 places, but how many washers are there for all of these people?
Well, thanks to the support of the council, several years ago, the Housing Authority received the proceeds from a CDBG grant that paid for a new laundry facility, which is in the administration building. And I know that at least Councilwoman Bergner has been there a number of times providing laundry soap, and that has been very well received. That facility would not be big enough to service this facility, but it will continue to be there, and another building which will have 4 more machines and 4 more dryers will be located in the central part of the facility. And those units that are ADA, that are basically handicap units, will have their own, they'll have units, washers and dryers in the units.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize that. I'm very happy to hear that it's not just 4, or I don't know how many is in the other one, Deb.
The laundry room is beautiful, but, so say that part again, the ADA units, how many ADA units will you have? Because I like where you're going with this, Patty.
I think we have 3 or 4 total proposed, and each of them have an area for washer dryer hookups or to be provided by the project. So those folks will not have to go to the common laundry facility, one of 2 of them on the site.
Okay, so you're going to build, so, do you mind, Patty, if I talk?
No, not
Okay.
at all, Deb.
Two questions. What we're looking at is the actual opposite of when we drive in, correct? Because like, I feel like it's a lollipop. You come in, the laundry room is on the left, admin is on the left.
Correct.
Right? So really, those, yeah. That's how, I kind of think logically. So Patty, when you come in off Curtis Corner Road, that orange building, that's the admin and the laundry building. See that down in the lower corner? Yeah. Okay. And so where will be the other one?
On the far
Okay.
left corner.
Because
Yep.
I do feel that if there was a way to provide more laundry in the units, it is about being respectful of the people that live there, and it is, I think about a young mother with kids hauling everything there in a stroller and hauling it back, wet sheets, whatever. So the more we can provide an apartment that's like everybody else's apartment, I would want to do that. But it doesn't seem that there's only
Me
going to
too.
be, there's only going to be 4. So is it possible to,
Well, there's 4 new ones, but there's I don't know how many are in the existing, but there's 6 washer dryers. So for a neighborhood of 84 units, that's 10 pairs of washer dryers. And typically the rule of thumb is 1 pair of washer dryers is good to service 10 units. So we're a little bit above that average.
yeah, but I understand you probably, I understand the model that you want. I just want to put it out there that if more people could have more laundry in their units, I think everyone would be much more happy, if that's not the right word. Happier is the word. Please.
We understand and appreciate that dynamic. That is, we've not made any change in the laundry operation from what we submitted a year ago and what the residents reviewed. And yes, we have had some engagement by the residents as we've made these changes and trying to figure out what the scope would be. And we need to have a more robust level of engagement, which is what we intend to do over the next 2 months before it's actually submitted. I think the best advice we've received is that for purposes both of keeping the units meeting, because laundry facilities do take more space, and that is space is at a premium right now in terms of the cost of the project, but also the operational cost and the operational maintenance of the facilities. The strong advice we've received has been to have common area laundry facilities except for the ADA units, and that's the advice we followed in terms of really what is the better and more common practice right now, and that's what we followed a year ago and what we're following now. But in terms of engaging the residents to have them know what's going on, yes, that is very much critical to the success of the project. And as you may or may not know, when we were before the planning board, we had residents there appearing to testify in favor of what we were proposing at that time.
Can we go back just, it's like a little question. So there's 23 buildings, that's what Paul said, right? And there's 6 styles. Correct. That doesn't divide well in my math, right? So there's 3 of one and...
Well, 23 buildings, and there's 6 base building types.
Yeah.
So those base building types are then used, 6 of them, multiple times through the site. But where they sit on the site, the modifications are made to them.
Right, so 6 times 4 is 24. So which one is not being used? Which one is the biggest one only 3 of those? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
They don't.
You don't know yet?
No, we know. I just don't have that calculation in my mind because.
Oh, well, you said there are 23 buildings, there are 6 building types, so I was just like, which?
That's right, but let's say one building type might be used 4 times, and one might be just exist on the site once.
Oh.
So I just don't have that
I was
matrix
listening
memorized.
to you, and I'm like, I heard you say they'll all be different, so they look varied. But
they would be.
I just didn't know if, in my own head, I'm very symmetrical, so I'm like, oh, there's 4 of each kind, and one has only 3. But that's not true.
No.
So you might only have 1 of one type. I'm just,
That's correct.
I can't see from whatever we were provided. Just curious. And then another crazy off-the-wall question. They're all not going to be white, correct?
No,
All the
we are
buildings?
not going into color tonight. And
I just couldn't imagine it
Yeah.
would look like a big
No.
white and black.
so we haven't proposed colors yet. I think it's still early in the project to do so because color by committee will take us all
I know.
night. There will be variations.
So it's going to look more like a residential
Yes.
feel. That's
That's
what I
right.
was trying to make sure, because the drawings show only white farmhousey, which are pretty, but,
Right.
okay. I'm going to make a play for the laundry. I think the laundry,
I feel like there could.
It's really important.
I'm looking at the building types and looking at the side little areas here on these houses and wishing we could put laundry in there. See, like.
Question for you, Chris. If more laundry machines or pairs of laundry and dryer were added to this project, would that cause any problem in putting in your application to Rhode Island Housing?
We haven't gone through and done a detailed analysis of the space requirements that would be needed, to the extent that we would be required to expand the size of the units in order to have room for them. But particularly like on a two-bedroom units, which virtually a large number of the new units, the workforce housing units, would not be large enough to house a washer and dryer without expanding the units, and that expands the construction cost pretty dramatically. And would it change the design? But I mean, really, we have been strongly advised by not just, it's not internally, but really through some experts, including our partner at Women's, about the perils of trying to operate these facilities over the long term with having laundry facilities in every unit in terms of the operational cost and maintenance issues that arise. And so we followed that advice together with the capital cost to end up where we are, because we have to keep this, it's really critical. I just want to go back to where I ended. We have people who are living in units in which the wiring is gone, the plumbing is gone, it's being held together with Band-Aids. And what they're asking us for, we need units. We need a safe housing project, and we need to get it built. So that's kind of the plea that we are hearing, and we hear it pretty constantly about the condition of our projects. So while there are many things we might like to do, the most important thing is to give people safe, sound housing where they can have an individual place to live, and that is what's driving us, and plus following the models that Rhode Island Housing has given us as to the sizes of units that we should be having. So there are a number of standards we're trying to follow, but first and foremost is to make sure we have safe housing available for those 52 families that are going to have no place to live.
I have a question, but I also wanted to make sure, Frank, I thought you wanted to put your 2 cents in?
Not really, but just Chris is right. I think that we would love to have units in each, laundry units in each building, but it does become a very costly item over time, a costly thing to manage. And, it's a goal that we would all seek, but it isn't the standard these days. And our exercise this year is to bring costs down to be able to make sure it gets funded. And while it would be a great thing to aspire to, it would be adding costs at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, my only question, obviously the council supported the original proposal that went to Rhode Island Housing. Is there anything more that you need from us?
Thank you for the offer, but not tonight. This is just purpose for information. We would hope that we could call upon the council when we do our funding application for another support at that time, and at that point we would have more detailed drawings and a presentation for you at that point. But at that point, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
All right, we're now going to move right into our regular session. Today is Monday, September 8th, it's a little after 7:30. Our first order of business, as always, is Pledge of Allegiance to the flag Next on the agenda is the land acknowledgement statement. The town of South Kingstown pays homage to the indigenous people and land on which the town is now located. Let this acknowledgement serve as a reminder of our ongoing efforts to recognize, honor, reconcile, and partner with the Narragansett tribe whose land and water we benefit from today. Next, we have the roll call.
Council President McEntee,
Here.
Council Vice President Marion,
Here.
Councilmember Bergner,
Here.
Councilmember Alley,
Here.
Councilmember Wedgemont.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. It's going to move us to item 4, approval of minutes of previous meetings.
Motion to approve items 4A, B, and C.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes.
Just a
gonna-
point of order, should Jay be voting because he wasn't at the August 12th meeting? I typically recuse because I'm not present.
Yeah, it's up to him. As long as he's read them and is comfortable with them, he can vote even though he wasn't here.
All right, it's going to move us to item 5, the consent agenda.
Motion to approve items 5A, B, and C.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. It's going to move us to item 6, licenses. We'll take items A and B together. Danielle Martin, if you're here, come on up. 6A is a resolution granting a temporary mass gathering permit to Peacedale Neighborhood Revitalization, Inc. and Extreme Airsoft of Kingstown Road, Wakefield, to conduct the annual EA Fest block party on Sunday, September 28, 2025, from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Item B is a resolution granting a Class F 19-hour beverage license to Peacedale Neighborhood Revitalization, Inc. and Extreme Airsoft of Kingstown Road for the annual EA Fest block party on Sunday, September 28, 2025, from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Danielle, welcome.
Thank you. So just to give you a recap, I know we've done this for a few years. EA Fest is a weekend-long event that my business, Extreme Airsoft, hosts to celebrate our anniversary. This year will be 16 years in business. We have competitions, we have vendors, we have airsoft influencers come from all over the world. This year we've got Taiwan, France, Netherlands, South Africa, Belgium, all over Europe, players, vendors coming for the event. So we've introduced the block party on Sunday, which is kind of a spin-off of the old Peacedale block party that we used to have down at the Rotary, hosted by PDNRI, which I am the treasurer of. But due to lack of volunteering and resources, I've kind of just took it on through my business. And just, you know, it's a way that we can kind of bridge the gap between the community here and our airsoft community, because I think sometimes people are not really sure what we do. So it's like an olive branch to the community to, you know, our doors are open, and just to kind of invite people over. And it's a good time. We got live music, baby goats, it's my favorite part. Food trucks, car show, art vendors, and yeah, that's about it.
Excellent. Any questions from members?
Motion to approve items 6A and B.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. Good luck. I know
Thank
it's
you.
going to be great.
Is it appropriate to leave a couple flyers over at the tables if anybody wants to take any?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, item C is a resolution granting a Class F 19-hour beverage license to the Hera Gallery and Educational Foundation of High Street, Wakefield, for their full moon party on Saturday, October 4, 2025, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Application by Sonia Jakulski. Sonia, if you're here, come on up.
I am not Sonia. And actually, Sonia's no longer the director. We're in between directors, and we have our assistant director taking over, which is Marissa. But it
Okay.
could have been Sonia that contacted you, because she's still a member of the board.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
Donna Gustafson, I'm the treasurer.
Welcome.
And, yeah, handle all the big bucks. But-
And tell us about the event.
Well, it's our fall fundraiser. It's like full moon rising celebration. It'll be indoors, outdoors. We'll be serving liquor indoors, and it runs from 6 to 10. So, and it's by tickets, so we won't be overrun with too many people, you know, according to our insurance companies. And there'll be live music, dancing. I'm sure a lot of the HERA members will be in fall regalia costumes, and I hear there's going to be tarot card readings, and so it'll be a fun event, and plenty of food, and raffles, yeah, so a little bit of everything, as usual, for our fundraisers.
Nice.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah.
Any questions?
So.
Just want to figure out how your name can be on the license application, because every time we ask for Sonia, it's you every
It's
time.
me,
Every
yeah.
time.
I'll mention that next time, just put my name on.
Does it matter if it's the treasurer or the director?
No, it doesn't, but the issue is that the account the license is tied to is Sonia's. That's why her name comes up.
So that's going to be an
Okay,
administrative change you'll
yeah.
have to make in the future.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that should be fine, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah, there's no problem with that. She's still involved with
I
the
just feel like
gallery.
every time Rory says, Sonia, it's you, it is really you, so.
It is me and not Sonia. So,
So do they know how to flip the,
It's administrative. We don't need to do
Okay.
any crazy thing
Okay.
for that, yeah. Because they can have any representative come speak,
Okay.
testify on behalf of the license if they want to.
thanks.
All right, do I hear a motion on this? Or-
I just wanted to, you said that people had to get tickets. How do people get tickets?
yeah, there's plenty of notification. You can go on the HERA website. I have
Okay.
some cards here. Would you like a card?
Sure.
Sure.
Can I
Yeah,
approach?
come on up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's...
Yes, please, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's strictly to the number.
So you can purchase tickets
you.
at heragallery.org/full-moon-party. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Motion to approve item 6C.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. Good luck. It's going to move us to item D, a resolution granting victualling and holiday sales licenses to Jim Wong Kim, doing business as Taste of Korea, 99 Fortin Road, Kingston, for the license year beginning December 1, 2024. Application by Jin Wong Kim, owner. Come on up.
Thank you so much for having me today.
All right, new business coming in, UR Emporium, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Great. If you want to tell us about it, all different food offerings, hours of operation, this is an opportunity to market it right here.
First of all, good evening, everybody. Thank you
And
so much.
just speak to the
Just talk to
microphone.
the mic.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here and spending your precious time. I think I'm very lucky to be here because I see people are so nice here. It's very calm, nice neighbor. I mean, it's a little bit different up there because there are a lot of college students, but that's also very vitalizing. So mainly I'm here because me and my brother, we are trying to have a Korean food business. That's my kind of lifetime, like I really wanted to do something with my brother, and I see the opportunity. That's why I decided to grab it. I didn't know that I was going to do it up until last year because I was actually practicing physical therapy, but food was always my thing. And as you can see, I have a lot of food here. Yeah. My mom gave me a lot of idea about the food because she really is a good cook, and she gave me a lot of recipe to be as authentic as possible. But Also at the same time, it would be like cost efficient. So everyone would come and enjoy our Korean spicy pork or bulgogi, which is the marinade beef. And also we have chicken bites that are really popular Korean street food. So many food that we are gonna serve. And I believe that it's gonna not only give the taste and the full of the belly, but also kind of provide the happiness and fulfillment. That's what we are trying to do.
All right. When's opening day?
With your approval, tomorrow, hopefully. But I cannot say it for sure because I need approval first. But please, yes.
There's
Motion to
ambition.
approve item 6D.
Second.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. I look forward to trying. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. Is it okay if I leave some business cards there?
Absolutely.
Oh, sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And you can leave anytime. You don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you.
No, he's busy. He's got to start working.
He's got to get ready to open tomorrow.
Yeah. Good luck.
All right.
Mr. President, before we get to the town manager's report, I'd like to ask that we move up item 12C, which is the appointments.
13B.
Sorry. 13B? Sorry, 13B, with respect to the appointments to the 250th committee, which is ad hoc. And I think the people are here, if I'm not mistaken, some of them anyway. Do we have applicants for the 250th committee here? Maybe not. At any rate, the applications were sent to the council last week, so I would like to make a motion to approve those applications. As I said, it's an ad hoc committee. We don't screen out. There aren't a limited number. This is for volunteers to help out with the activities that are going to be happening next year in connection with the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. To that end, I move that we appoint Raphael Champlin, Roland Bergeron, Wayne Young, Melissa Cascella, Joan Nippo, Guy Stanton, and Kayla Carter.
Second.
All right, we got a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes.
Thank you.
So now we're going to bring us to the town manager's report. Jim Maney, go ahead.
If I'm stand corrected, but I think Mr. Maron want to move 12C up, but we spoke about 13B. Does that make a difference? I know we do want to move 12C up. But
for purposes of the town manager's report, you can move it to the front.
So we're
Yes.
going to move 12C up to one of those items, but
Correct.
But
Yeah,
13B was just discussed. So that
Yeah,
was-
I had requested 12C to be included in your manager's report.
Yes.
And then the people who were here to talk about it, we have public comment right after that.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure procedurally we're
Yep.
on target here. Yeah, so the town manager's report, we have 6 items. First one is the update on the school building committee and the high school facilities project. We have Kate Massinati here from the representative. She's the chair of the school building committee. Phil Conti, Kate Turner, and Mark Moore. Mark Moore's from Gilbane, left field, and Studio Jade, Phil Conti. So the team could come up and give a briefing on what we're doing, and then we'll move on to the next.
All right, good evening, everyone. Let me get my screen pulled up. Give me a moment, please. All right, is everyone able to see? So during our update tonight, we'll be giving an update on the enabling site work at the high school, which is the new drive lane. Give an update on the soils on site. Request a recommendation for award for an inspection and testing agency. give an update on our change order task force recommendations, and discuss briefly our groundbreaking ceremony. So as we're here in the beginning of September, our red line is within our construction document design period. 60% construction documents have been issued. We have just completed estimating. We are awaiting our final reconciled estimate from our independent cost estimator. I can give an update in a moment to that. In gold, we are still within our permitting. We have received our foundations permit, our RIPDES permit from RIDEM. The next steps will be our full building permit, which will come later at the end of October. Bidding-wise, we have already requested and received approval for our early bid packages. Those are being contracted and are currently underway. And we are right before our red line of construction, which we are looking at construction starting within the next week or two in earnest for the new high school work, which is very exciting. Some key milestones. Tonight is the due date for our independent cost estimator. I haven't seen them come across my email yet, but they are coming soon. The 24th and possibly as soon as the 15th, Gilbane will be mobilizing to start some site work. They'll be starting to clear the site in preparation for excavation for our foundations. On 10/17, we have bids due for our remaining construction packages. Looking to submit for our permit application for our remaining building permit towards the end of October. At the end of November is when we'll be looking to come back to this council for the final guaranteed maximum price construction contract approval. First with SBC on the 20th and looking on the 24th to go back in front of council for the recommendation of that final construction contract. Any questions before I move on? All right, I will turn it over to Mark Moore from Gilbane to give a brief update on the enabling site work that's been completed to date.
Good evening. It will be brief. So the enabling work is the work that we needed to do while school was out over the course of the summer, which would enable us to do the work while the kids were in school. So happy to report pretty much everything is complete. The only thing that we really have open, which you can see in the picture on the left, is the work of Rhode Island Energy. They've come and set the poles for the new overhead electrical that has to feed the building because the existing isn't our way. So we have set the poles, we've done all of the underground work, we're just waiting for their overhead crews to come and run the lines and then pull them underground, and then we'll schedule a coordination shutdown and switch over for the school. Other than that, we've pretty much done everything. Any questions? All right.
Yes, that was a big milestone for us. If you guys remember, all through the beginning, end of spring, early summer, we kept talking about the work we need to do before the first day of school, and it was we were able to get it done. The only hang-up right now is waiting on Rhode Island Energy for that power switchover, which we were hoping to do before the first day of school, but that one's out of our hands, so we will schedule that switchover to happen after hours so it doesn't impact the students in any way. All right, impacted soils update. So at our last report, we discussed the TPH exceedances that were found outside of the wood shop. That's a petroleum-based soil, petroleum that was found in the soil between 7 and 10 feet down. So we had our environmental engineer come back out and really try and delineate where the limits of those soils were found. That work has been completed. A lot of conversations have been had between our environmental engineer and Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management regarding what do we do about the information that we have now. So their recommendation is that we file a notification of release. It's a form that will be submitted to the department. They will review it and identify what the formal next steps will be. Based on initial conversations between the environmental engineer and the department, because of its depth and the anticipation that it will not be disturbed, there is a possibility that it will not need to be removed. If it does need to be removed, it is not a large amount of soil. That's something that we will discuss once we get into that second phase of work. This this phase of work is not scheduled to start until the summer of 2027. So it is very much a separate phase from the work we are doing currently. So much so that out of an abundance of caution, we did request language in our permits delineating the two phases so that the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management does not impact the schedule we have going on with our foundations work now. So that work will continue in the background while we're working on the foundations of the new school. Any questions?
Just a couple of questions to follow, Kate. This is in a specific defined area, and I think I saw something that said, yeah, there it is, 7 to 10 feet down. There's no leaching. It's not an ongoing issue.
It's not.
Any idea when this occurred?
No idea.
7 to 10 feet down, I'm thinking it was decades ago.
I mean, there's no way to really determine it other than the fact that it was an auto body shop at one point in time, which is our most likely culprit. But again, based on its depth, it's really hard to speculate the source of it.
And it's petroleum-based.
It is a petroleum-based, but there are no VOCs, which is a good thing.
Yeah, because then it gets into hazardous waste disposal.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
I couldn't hear every word you said.
There are no VOCs, volatile organic compounds, leaching from the soils.
That's the word. Can you say it one more time? I'm sorry, I'm not hearing the letters.
VOC.
VOC. Okay. It's like the emissions from paint cans.
Yes.
Okay. I just didn't hear what the words were.
All right. I will give an update on our change order task force. We did review with our working group, and currently we've identified a plan that is a recommendation for members of the task force that we would recommend, including members of council, building committee, representatives from the school, and then looking at some of the limits for recommendations for authorization to move forward with a change order based on the amounts and the scope of work. The document currently is within the town's hands just to make sure that there's no violation with any bylaws or any town procedures, and that the recommendation that we'll put in front of council is all above board and within all of the regulations set forward. The Independent Inspection and Testing Agency. So this is an RFQP that was put out on the street by the town for an independent inspection testing agency. This is a code required service. It is an outside consultant that comes and does essentially quality assurance testing, things like steel, welds, soil compaction, to ensure that all of the quality standards are met, most importantly for structural elements of the building. Those reports do need to be sent back to the building official on a periodic basis. Successful passing of all results is required for our final certificate of occupancy. They also do inspections, and all of those reports and tests also go back to the structural engineer for their review. There was one bid received by SW Cole. The way that these independent inspection and testing agencies bill their work is based on a per test and per inspection basis. So their proposals are made up of unit costs per test. We did recommend or require that the bidders provide an anticipated list just to help give us a ballpark. It is well within our budget of $275,000 based on the anticipated number of tests. As this is the only bidder, I did take a look at some other bids that have been received for other projects. We reached out to other bidders to kind of get an idea as to why there wasn't more interest in the project. As you guys know, there's a lot of school construction happening. There was a lot of work going on. So SW Cole is very qualified to do this work. We've worked with them before. We have checked references. And then we did compare the unit rates in this proposal with unit rates on other projects in the state that Left Field is a part of. And they are not the lowest, but they are on the lower end of the spectrum. So they are right within the range that we would expect for this. So we are, well, I know this is later on the agenda as part of the report. I wanted to provide my recommendation to award SW Cole for this service.
Any questions on this? We can move that new business item up now while it's fresh.
That's fine. I think it makes sense.
Item 10J.
I appreciate you proactively providing your due diligence, because that eliminates a lot of questions about we're only picking this person, and so I appreciate that, and I'm sure other people do as well.
Just a question on this. You said it's a code-required service.
Yes.
So in our local codes, or is it state code which requires the quality assurance testing for this project?
I'm not sure if it's state or national building code, but it is not.
Okay. And I know you said
Just
the
so.
cost here is on a per unit, so based on the number of tests they do. How many tests do we anticipate they come down and run?
Hundreds.
Hundreds, okay.
Yes,
So this
they
is very
come down.
ongoing.
They come down several times a week, and they'll take a mortar sample, or they take a grout sample, or they take a soil sample, or they'll come and do a periodic inspection during different parts of the process. So they are regularly engaged.
So this could be like every few days.
Several times.
Yes, they're not billing every few days. They're
I
billing
know.
once a month,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
yes, they will be out every few days.
Okay.
It's a very involved process.
All right.
So is the information that they gather then provided to the commissioning agent, who would then like make sure everything is done, or is that a different?
It's provided to the structural engineer.
Okay.
They are the engineer of record, and so they manage the inspections, make sure the quality tolerances are within the acceptable limits, as does the building official. Check that as well.
So what is the role of the commissioning agent later on?
That would be a separate portion of the project. They're related to more building envelope as far as openings and mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. So it is a different part of the project. They would not be involved in this one.
We're going to bid out that package later on, or did you already have that person?
We already have a commissioning agent on board.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve item 10J.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes.
All right, and just the last item on our report. This is a pretty exciting one. We are welcoming the public and welcoming everybody to a groundbreaking ceremony on October 4th at 10 a.m. It'll be held in the South Kingstown the high school student parking lot behind the building. It'll have views of the site, and it will be a very important celebration for the community.
So that's a Saturday.
Correct.
I just looked it up. If you continue to make those, I think I would put the day of the week, because
Okay.
I'm not
Will
familiar
do.
with the days of the week are.
Yes,
Yeah,
we wanted to make sure
put on
that
the invite.
that it's available for everybody,
Yeah.
those that are working during the day that normally wouldn't be able to attend.
No, that's well appreciated as
Yes.
well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kate.
Yes.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Gilbane.
Kate, just a quick question before you go. Do you want to address the change order task force, or did I miss it?
No, it's under review by the town right now, just to make sure that the limits that we've set forth and the approval procedures are all within the town's regulations.
You're not looking for anything from us tonight on that?
Not tonight. We'll be back with after the town has done their thorough review of it, and we'll be able to bring it in front of you at our next council meeting.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to continue on with the town manager's report.
Item 12C that Mr. Maron asked to be moved up was under communications, and that would relate to 7D under the town manager's report. So I'll read 12C on the communications. It was a letter dated August 28, 2025, from Karen and Glenn Ramsey, Ann and Tom Healy, Patricia and Wendell Majewski, Abraham and Monique Varghese, Maria Haas, Anne Marie and Gary Southwick, Karen Montgomery, concerning the status of water infrastructure and reserves within South Kingstown. And that was placed on file, and the town council will review it now as it relates to town manager's report 7D, which is an update on the total outdoor water ban as requested by the council vice president, Mike Maron. I have Rich Bourbonnais here, who's our director of public services, and I have Chris from Veolia Water, who's also here to just give an update on the water ban, and then could answer any questions, because I see numerous people from the crowd are related to 12C and 7D.
All right, Rich, welcome.
Good evening, thank you. So I'm in receipt of this letter, and I can go through these items. I'd also like to add a little bit of information, almost like an update of the summer, kind of see where we were at through the summer. I think it might help, and it's perhaps something I should be doing maybe every September, to talk about the state of affairs in the water system and perhaps the wastewater system as well. So I'll go through some of our numbers, and it's really kind of an overview. But generally speaking, what is the status of the wells and the storage tanks? I'm not sure what storage tanks is. The storage tanks are fine, but our wells, of course, are inactive. And I've been holding steady because we are sort of in this world of PFAS right now. We do have PFAS in the system, and I'm certain, so I don't really know for sure, but I believe we may end up treating for that. So, it's going to be the iron, which we know we have a problem with.
Rich, can you just clarify the wells you're talking about are the South Shore wells? The South Shore wells.
So, yeah, and as a lead in here, so I'm talking about just what's happening in the South Shore with the Green Hill, Green Hill Factory Pond well field. Chris, I'm gonna just say a few things, and then Chris is gonna get up. He can talk about the Veolia wells and the situation with the Veolia system, but I'm gonna talk strictly about the South Shore. Sorry about that. So as far as the wells, the status of the wells, again, I'm just holding fast. You will see in my capital budget, and preliminarily, we've already discussed it internally, but I will like to do a study on that, on the well field, and what perhaps needs to happen in order to bring that up. What's the plan regarding the housing expansion that's continuing? Every time a home is proposed, or if a new lot is coming in a subdivision, we always look at water demands, and we try to bring that, compare that to what we have and what we need. We do it with wastewater as well. We know that we're running at, 30 to 50% in our wastewater. We know what we can take as far as homes go. So all developments are asked to provide those numbers. And of course, the final note, we are always looking for funding on this. And we have investigated funding on the well field, and just nothing's come up yet. There's one other note in here, though. So, just generally speaking, in the past 20 years, we've had 16 water bans. 7 of those were full water bans. So it's a regular thing, and that's for the past 20 years. Even prior to that, we always had water bans, and prior to connecting to Veolia, we had water bans. Our system, the South Shore, is only capable in that 900 to 1 million gallon a day range, and we get up to that and close to that, and often have to have water bans, even in the past. So that's always been a thing. To suggest, though, that the customers in Veolia, South Kingstown, Narragansett are the only ones in the state with a water ban is not the whole story. So if you look at, and I've always questioned that what are these other towns doing? I'm not hearing a lot, but most of them, they're all incorporated into their ordinances. In North Kingstown, for example, and I looked at close by, but North Kingstown, they're broken up into districts, District 1 and District 2. They alternate days, so on Monday and Thursday, District 1, on Tuesday and Friday, District 2. No watering on Wednesdays, no watering on weekends, and the watering can't happen during the day. They also go so far as to restrict the nozzle sizes. You got to have rain sensors and all these things. This is just right up the road. Kent County Water, which is a very big district, encompasses West Warwick, parts of Warwick, parts of East Greenwich, and it stretches real far. They have a lot of services. They're on odd even all year. So these other services all have water restrictions built right into them. They don't need to issue a water ban like we did this time. So that's generally why that happened. That was generally why we are, in effect, the only one that issued one. That's by newspapers and whatnot, but they all sort of have it built in. So just to run through a few statistics, okay? And this is where and by the way, I can't do this without Brett Whaley, my superintendent, Ken, who works with him, and also Bonnie Blair. They're just fantastic staff. I would argue the best staff in town, but we can talk about that later. So generally speaking, there's 2,600 accounts in the South Shore. Again, I'm only talking about the South Shore. Chris can talk about, Chris Jacobs with Veolia, he can talk about Veolia, but just generally in the South Shore, we have 2,600 accounts. That equates to, that's really about 3,200 services. So an account might be a house, The service might be two structures. They might have an accessory dwelling. An account might also be a condo unit that has multiple services. So I look at services because those are generally the families. So you had families, multiple families living on a property. In March of 2025, and I looked at 2 months, March in the middle of winter, sort of in the middle of winter, toward the tail end, but generally people are showing up, they're around. We have a lot of shutoffs in the winter. We ended up around 3,100 units, but it's even less than that because, to give you an example, Carpenters doesn't shut down their water, but they're not there. So we know that it's less than that, but we'll go with 3,100. It gives me a more conservative look. But I look at 2 months, March and July. In July, because I have that full month, I've got it available to me. So in March of 2025, we used 4.4 million gallons in the month of March. That equates to about 46 gallons per unit per day. Now that's very low. Again, there's probably more to that story. I don't think it's a direct connection, but 46 gallons a day is very low, I think. I think we're probably more than that, but that's a good place to start. In July of 2025, we used 18 million gallons. So we're 4 times the amount, and that equates to about 185 gallons per person per day. Now, what's the strange number in that is the 593. That equates to about 593,000 gallons a day, which I think is low. Okay, and we wouldn't be having trouble if it was really that. Okay, now generally when I look at our water supply system management plan, of which you all approved for the creation of it, and we just had it completed, it's been submitted to the state. The state recommends that we are to account for 65 gallons per capita per day. So 50 in the South Shore, we're generally at 50.1 because the census tells us we have 2.4 people per structure. So we're looking at about 120 gallons per unit per day. That's generally where we should be. So again, the 180, it's high, but it's not absurd, okay? And I'm still wondering, why are we having so much trouble? So dive down a little bit deeper into that. And on July 4th and 5th, we did 1.5 million gallons, okay, a day. And that equates to 470 gallons per unit. All right, so that's exceptionally high. And beyond anything I could have even thought we could even possibly convey. So it's not a matter of how much we can store. We can store 800,000 gallons up in the air, but we can't even push that much water through the pipes. The pipes aren't big enough for that. So that's where the problem was. We could not fill the tanks in the evening when that's normally we would fill the tanks. So we're generally in that, we want to be in that 1 million range at peak. And we're running at 1.5 million. And then I looked at another, well, the 4th of July, right? And we all know what 4th of July is like around here, right? I mean, I grew up in Scarborough. It's always been a nightmare. So on July 18th and 19th, we did 1.4 million. So what was happening here is that we were doing a lot of water on a couple of days here and there, but then the other days we were kind of recovering, but we weren't recovering quick enough. So that was what the problem was. We weren't able to fill our tanks. And I know that Veolia was having the same trouble. Narragansett was having a real problem. So then I look, well, let's dive a little deeper. So where are we really seeing the problems, right? And so we have a very efficient metering system for our meters. We can see to the hour what people are consuming. So I wanted to look at two locations. One that was sort of in the middle of the road. I know they have irrigation, and I know that they are here in the winter. And then I want to look at one at the high end. Just random selections. I'm not going to name addresses or anything like that, but these are just random selections in the middle of the road on one and at the high end on the other. So the middle usage, we were running in March at 3,600 gallons for the month of March. That equates to about 112 gallons per day. Exactly where we want to be, right? That's the month of March. That's no outdoor use in March, right? Nobody's using outdoor use. They're not taking showers outside. In July, this home, now I know they're irrigating, is 37,000 gallons for that month of July, and they were running at about an average of 1,200 gallons per day. Now that's enough for 10 homes, right? 10 homes, right? So the peak on that particular home was 3,000 gallons in one day. Now that's in the middle of the road, right? So then I'm looking at high usage, right? So now we have a number of homes, and this is only just one. There's a lot of them. And these homes are doing more than most businesses, including restaurants. So this one home was at 450 gallons. I think they're only occupied on the weekend. I can tell by the data. They're only occupied on the weekend. So I'm looking at their peak, so it's 90 gallons per day. Sounds about right? It's probably 2 people. And remember, 50.1 we expect. It's just about where it wants to be. In July, this home consumed, in the month of July, 173,000 gallons in the 1 month. Okay? That's an average of 5,500 per day, and they had a peak flow of 6,300 gallons in 1 day. Now, that number, that 173, is 1% of the total volume consumed by the water district. So, and that's 0.0003 of the water district, consuming 1% of the water district. That's where the problem is. And that home consumed enough for 50 homes. And the NRCS suggests that 1 inch of irrigation is needed to grow a good stand of grass a week, 1 inch a week. That's the NRCS lawn irrigation guide. And when you're looking at 173,000 gallons in a month, you're irrigating 1 inch a day. Okay, on 10,000 square feet, which is what this home was. It's 10,000 square feet. So 1 inch a day. Now, even the middle of the road home, when you look at those numbers, you're irrigating 1 inch every 2 days. So you're still way above what is necessary. So that's all. I just want to point all that out to show you where we're at. But I just have in summary, because I don't want to take the whole night. But to provide potable water, right, is a very important job, and it requires, of course, pumping, the person power, the wells take a lot of maintenance. There's treatment with chemicals and all these different things. We're conveying it in hundreds of miles of pipe, which is very expensive, and there's additional treatment often. The testing we do, we test twice a month just for coliform. We test for all kinds of materials, and it's expensive. And of course, there's a lot of labor in all this. And so to just throw it up in the air, is I think a very imperfect understanding of what the hydraulic cycle really, the hydrologic cycle really is. There's a lot of evaporation, there's transpiration, there's, the plants are taking this up. It's just not a good use of what is considered a very finite, by the way, precious resource. Okay, so there's that. And then the final thing, bringing up the well field has been discussed for a lot of years, and it was discussed even years ago when we talked, when these wells were first taken down, okay? And, it's a very expensive proposition. And back then, they estimated $5 to $6 million. It would be, URI just did a PFAS and they're doing iron manganese now. They're in the development for that. The total cost of this project is $20 million. Now, they're an 800,000 gallon a day service. We're at, 1 million, 1.1. So we're going to be more than that. But the problem that I have with, in addition to that, there's operational costs, by the way. So you are disposing of all these materials that you collect in filtration. You've got to have more staffing, of course. So there's a lot of operational cost. So we're already running pretty lean. So there's a lot of cost involved that would be assumed by the ratepayers, not just the ratepayers that have irrigation. It's all of them. So we're just very cautious about that. And I think that's why John Schock might have been very hesitant to want to make that effort. And I also caution that even with the well field online, we'll still have restrictions. We will always have restrictions. And it's just because we cannot even pump that much water out of the ground. The wells will pull dry if we go too far. So and I'm just going to leave you with a couple things that I have this trouble with the TMDL. You always see TMDLs, right? I mean, how many times have I got to say it? Total maximum daily load, right? I'm in here all the time talking about it. It's the same problem. It's that we are often looking to treat the symptom. And what we need to treat is really what the problem is. And I don't think bringing wells online and just throwing more water out there it's treating the symptom. And I believe that it's a multi-pronged approach. Bringing the wells online, in my opinion, is is a more of a like a backup in a sense. Resiliency. It's a resiliency issue more than it is anything. It's just being sure that we provide ourselves safeguards against any potential catastrophic problems, more so than just throwing more water at the system and then, of course, throwing it up into the air. And I really believe that we need to talk about an ordinance change. And perhaps, with the guidance of the council, we start to pull something together. We work with the solicitor's office, the town manager, and we really try to come up with something so that by the springtime we can address this town-wide. And I think it would be a cooperative thing with Narragansett as well. I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, did you have okay. So Chris is,
Before you switch, could we ask questions of?
Go ahead.
I think it makes sense because we'll get lost.
Please.
So, very, very interesting, having been on the council for a while, I had never heard about the baked-in ordinances in North Kingstown. We've had many presentations from Viola and past water bans when John was here. So that's interesting. So I do think that's a better avenue so people maybe become used to, it's just part of the fabric. I think, to me, that might be a better solution than a ban, just change the ordinance. But I did want to talk about the metering in specifics. I know a lot of people, or you can tell who's gaming the system and watering at 3 a.m., correct?
Yeah, most are watering at 3, 4, 5 in the morning, yeah.
Yeah.
So again, we try to recoup that volume in the evening, but we can't because there's so much going on in the evening.
So what are we doing to address, I know you can see who's doing that, so what are you doing to address that?
So right now, because there's a water ban, the Chief Moynihan was very effective in pulling together a great little process for us. And in fact, it happened even while I was away. We were discussing it, and it's a matter of notifying, saying, listen, we know you're doing what you're doing. You got to stop. There's a water ban, and we just try to inform. And if they continue, we will cite them. So it's actually a pretty efficient process. I think, though, that in the ordinance, if we were to work it into the ordinance, it would alleviate the pressure. So now we got the police department running around town. We got my guys running around town. They've got a lot. They have a day job, in effect. And I know this is part of their job, but it's important that they do these other things. But now they're going door to door with these slips. It would be better if it was in the ordinance, because then I would issue a notice of violation.
Right.
And then I would say, listen, we've got a municipal court. It's very effective on these types of issues.
Right. So that's one thing. So I wanted to hear about that. Is there anything that you can, when the water bills come out, is there anything that you could add, additional text to?
So they're already bumping to the first and second tier. I don't know that I would do it on a water bill. Because I'll tell you what, we don't really have the staffing to go to every, this information only comes up because we targeted. For an afternoon, we spent a day or so, we just kind of targeted these different things. It's not like we go through every home every day. We just don't do that. We don't even keep the data. It's all stored. So it's not necessarily I don't know if we would be able to do that, to say, we know what you're doing, or, And also the restriction only came in the middle of July, which is sort of at the start. It's probably going to end sometime soon, and then it'll sort of be through the middle of the billing period. And the town is actually, it's already gone down quite a bit. The usage has gone down quite a bit. Mm-hmm. But Chris is going to talk to you a little bit about why we're still where we are.
And just a final question, if I could. The homes that use, 5,000 gallons a day?
More.
More?
Yeah.
Is it worth speaking to them?
So again, this was in July, and we were just only on that odd even day. Yes, it would be. But again, we're not going, I'm not looking at everyone to see if they're odd even. So it's not, when we instituted the odd even, it didn't seem like anything changed. Nobody did anything. So it's just hard to gauge what people are really doing when they really did it. I don't know. It's difficult for us to police it, is what I'm saying.
I might be able to help here. So before we can police it and enforce it, we need to have an ordinance in place. Like, there is nothing that says you can't use 10,000 gallons of water. There's no ordinance that says you can only do odd even. This is all kind of voluntary. So I've already talked to Rich about this. I really think the solution is going to be that we get a set of ordinances in place that affects everyone in town. And if we go to a 2-day-a-week watering system, or whatever the experts say, it's going to even things out. And we shouldn't have this problem next summer. It's the overwatering of lawns that is causing the problem. And we can fix that. As a council, you can fix that. But until we get that ordinance in place, he has, other than, talking to people, he has no way of really enforcing.
A few follow-up questions there. So currently, while the odd-even ban is in effect, you've been able to identify certain violators and informing them, at least giving them notice.
Well, it's been easier now that it's a full water ban.
Okay. And those that continue to violate, you're able to cite them? What's the citation?
It's actually
What's the fine do?
The police department would go in and they're able to cite them. That's the only way we can do it because we are subject. I can let the police chief.
So how does that currently work, Mike Ursillo?
I think it's a $100 fine.
I mean, the problem is you can only figure this out because there's a total ban right now. So because there's a total ban, if someone's going way over on the meter, obviously someone's watering outside.
But what's the fine if you violate the ban?
Yeah. I'm not sure which one the chiefs rely. I honestly don't know which one the chiefs rely on.
All right, well, Rich, let me ask a few follow-ups here. Your efforts at notifying certain persons that they're in violation of the ban, has that deterred the conduct? Has it stopped mostly?
Yes.
All right, so the enforcement...
Yeah, the people are actually cooperative. We knock on doors and they say they don't know or whatever. I don't know if they're not looking at the news.
So the enforcement that we have
big
at
bright
least...
signs that are flashing, by the way, but they don't see that either.
So the enforcement that we have in place at least now is effective as it relates to the water ban now?
Well, yes and no. It is effective, but we're not getting everybody because we're only getting what people will call on their neighbors, or we actually see the ground wet. If we don't see it, then we're not notifying anybody. But the problem isn't necessarily that we're the whole lead-in is what caused this. It's the lead-in. It's the period of time where there are zero regulations that have caused this problem that we're having right now. What we need to do is to make it so these wells aren't going dry. And what's happening is we're waiting until the last, and then we issue a ban, and it's not effective.
So do you have the technology that allows you to readily see persons are violating the ban?
We do, but I don't have the staffing to go through all of that information every day. It's not like it's
So if we enact an ordinance, it's going to require more staff to be able to enforce it? I'm just trying to get a look at a full picture here.
No, what we'll do is it's going to be, I think this is what's going to happen, right? So remember back in the day, there weren't even setbacks. There weren't, you didn't have water quality, that you have to do on your property or treatment or anything. Those things, it's going to be a social change. What's going to happen is you're going to institute an ordinance. We're going to pick and we're going to find them, and over time, it's going to take a lot of time, but then we're going to get to the point where everybody understands that there is this requirement, and it's going to take a while, but we need to get something on the books, is my point.
Good.
So hypothetically, if we were down the road to have some sort of water ban, maybe even people would water on Saturdays and odd people would water on Sundays because everyone's going to want to do some weekend watering. Do you have a system where you flag, like, I live in an odd number home, maybe Mike lives in even, would you be able to add that field to the database so that you could do a quicker sort?
I think we can. We do have these meters are real smart, and my supervisor has discussed with me that he can do queries. So we could look at whether your address versus the date
Because I think it would be easy to
and
run
to see
a
if they're
sort.
running high.
And
The problem, so here's another issue. Well, how do we know they're watering? You know, unless we see the sprinklers going, or if we see the ground wet, or we can say, you use 100 cubic feet. Well, how do we, they say, well, listen, I had a faucet on all night.
But I think Deb's point is that you don't necessarily need to have staff do a query. You don't need to have staff go out and look at a wet lawn. If you've got data from the meter that says this occupant used 173,000 gallons this month,
they did
number
something.
one, we ought to be charging them extra for the amount that they're using.
We do.
Even if they're allowed to.
Well, we do.
And then two, they have to be using it for something other than taking showers and washing dishes.
It'll flag.
So why couldn't we have the computer just generate an automatic notice of violation? Let them come into court and prove that there was something extraordinary that explains it.
And we can do that. So I think what I'm really kind of falling into is that I don't know how that will happen, how it will work. I know that we can query different information with the software that we have and with the meters that we have. But again, we haven't been doing that, so I really don't have what that process is, frankly. We haven't been doing that because we haven't had to, but now I think if we...
So it's not on the agenda tonight, but we can have the solicitor start to work on a water ordinance without taking a vote, right? Because we can direct staff to do anything.
Absolutely.
Correct?
Yes, we can do that. And just while I'm speaking, the chief was able to find quickly the $100 fine. So when a water restriction, such as a ban, goes in place, there is an ordinance on the books that says $100 fine for violating the ban. But you have to have that in place. So.
Right. So even though we might not be able to vote on it, we can direct Mike, because at the next meeting, we might want to then, someone might ask to put out an order of notice sequencing wise, right?
Yeah.
You can still,
I'll get that going.
So, Mike, who's the authority that issues the water ban?
The Water Authority.
Okay.
which is Rich or Viola.
Well, it comes from three places. It comes from Veolia, South Kingstown, Narragansett.
Right. So to go back to the wells, so this is, one thing is ordinance enforcement and understanding how to track down the high users. The next thing is, you talked about the wells in Green Hill, and you're saying, from what I heard, it's over $20 million to bring them up to speed, to filter out the PFAS, the magnesium, the zinc, the iron, whatever that's there.
That's a lot of stuff.
Right?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that's what URI just paid.
Based on what URI.
But what I'd like to do, and you'll see it in my capital,
Yep.
that I want to start pursuing, what those actual
Right.
costs are.
Okay, and then I think I know the answer to this, but just for the public, we have in the past, I think Jim sought grants to do that, but a couple of years ago, but were denied, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I applied for a $15 million grant through the congressional delegation, told them it was urgent, and we were denied.
Okay, so that was a couple of years ago, so I just want to say it out again, but we're going to continue to, you always continually look for opportunities to bring that well online. So the myth is really that overdevelopment is creating this water ban, but it's the high demand in the high months of July or whatever.
The data is showing that it's outdoor water use is causing the problem, but that's not to say that excessive development can't eventually cause a problem. I'm just saying that presently the data is showing it's more linked to outdoor water use.
Yeah, July.
Rich, so Rich and I meet on this often, and we talk about this, and I'll get right to the punchline. It's a usage issue.
Yeah.
It's not a supply issue. This is supported by their data. That's one. Two, in the winter, it was last winter or the winter before, we had so much water, we had to drain the tanks. So it just tells you right there, it's a usage issue. People are watering their lawns with crazy amounts of water. And that is something that this town should consider passing an ordinance on, and we will work on that for the future. But there are people here concerned about it, and Rich has addressed that, and Veolia will come up next.
Good.
Rich, we got some rain yesterday. Do we have any expectation of when the water ban will be lifted?
So I'm going to let Chris answer that, because their wells are what provide us our water. So that's a good lead in. Thank you.
anyways. All right. Thanks for having me here today. I'll go ahead and answer your question. Probably not. It's not a lot of rain that we got. It takes a significant amount to really start fully recharging the wells. And so I brought some data with me today and looking at kind of where we are compared to some of the other years. And we're pretty near historic lows this year in our well fields. What's benefiting us is the demand has kind of fallen off. We did see a significant reduction in demand once we put the all-outdoor water ban in. But as Rich was it's noted, the odd and even really didn't affect anybody. There was no curbage in usage. But to kind of put everything in perspective for this year, and the past several years have been up and down where we either got a whole bunch of water or we've had a full-out drought. And just remembering this year, we had a winter drought that we kind of just got over in the spring, right before heading into the summertime months. We lifted that. I sit on the Water Resources Board Drought Steering Committee as well. And we had just lifted that because we actually got quite a bit of water and rain. We were, for our aquifers, we were actually, we recharged pretty well, but we're still just slightly out of the norm, under the norm, heading into the summer, okay? And then as soon as we, the drought was lifted, we started heading into another dry summer. So I'm not going to be surprised if we see maybe some drought advisory heading soon if we don't get some more significant amounts of rain. If you look at the Water Resources Board website, they have some great resources there to monitor the droughts and where we're at. And Southern Rhode Island is in a below average right now. And it's amazing that the little state can have such a difference in rainfall. But if you look at that, I encourage you to monitor that or look at that website. But you will see that we are in the southern parts of Rhode Island. We are well below average right now in rainfall.
So you're saying that there's not a good chance right now to the water ban be lifted unless we got historic rain?
I wouldn't say historic, but yes, another significant amount. So we do get natural recharge because of the demand going down. Some of the, it's basically underground river that we're looking at the aquifer coming from the north to the south where it reaches us. So we are seeing some natural, little bit of recharge. We will be taking a weekly depths of our wells. And once I get that information, I'll report it back to Mr. Bourbonnais, and so you guys be on top of it. But hopefully we'll start seeing some recharge. But that type of rain really doesn't help us. It's yet. It really takes a significant amount to really filter down to us. But I agree with everything that Rich said. We do see a significant amount. And we've seen it increase, is the irrigation is the issue. During the wintertime, we can average only about 2.5 million a day. During the summer months, right now, we've been hitting the 5 million gallon mark almost, 4.9s, and that's sustained. Usually we'd see that over the years, really into July 4th week. Well, we're seeing that sustained a lot longer. Something else we've also seen is sustained usage going into September as well, where we're getting more mild winters. We're seeing usage, even though it's not high enough to get us into the demand issues, it is high enough where we see slower down in a recharge of aquifer level. So we were seeing these, the usage actually stretching out. So it's not just, one time demand, but we do see it's always every year, July and August. It just hits us. And then we're right back down. We get into 3.2s in September. And then over the winter, we can get as low as, 2 million gallons a day in like December's, February's, November's time frame. So you see just a spike in daily demand. And we have seen that. I mean, the proof is when we did the all outdoor water ban, how significantly the daily demand dropped off. So,
Thank you, Chris.
any other questions?
Any questions for Chris? Thank you.
And
you,
just
Chris.
to clarify, for us, we don't have we're not as saturated with the smart meters as SK is, but we're working that program. One of our features we do have as well is we can query. It has it built in where we get high and lows readings, and that's mainly and we get that report on a daily basis. So our customer service reps can call up and that was mainly put in there to see if there's any leaks, toilet leaks, anything like that, where we can go ahead and address that issue immediately, and so that they don't end up having an excessive bill, our customers. That's going to also be used to kind of monitor some of the usage as well. We can get those reports, and if it's sustained highs, you're getting that same address, then you can kind of trace that back to what's going on.
I just was looking at the Rhode Island Water Resource Board, that webpage. It took me a while to get to the drought page, but the monthly drought report, the most recent one is January 2025. So I know that's not you,
Right.
but like, we as elected officials, we couldn't even access recent, I don't know if that's what you want us to be looking at, what pages you think would be helpful to
I'd
understand.
have to see which exact page you're looking at, but I can.
Maybe you could
I can.
share with Jim or Rich, like,
Yeah.
helpful places on that page, because the web page is not super user-friendly, so
Okay. Yeah.
if I'm looking at the drought level, the most recent report is January 2025.
Well, yeah, we're not in official drought yet. What it does is it shows you stream flows, it shows you groundwater, and then also show you a map of Rhode Island. They'll kind of show a little bit of green and a little bit of yellow at the southern end. They'll tell you where you're at for the month. Okay, so the last drought advisory wasn't till January. That was our winter drought, and that was lifted, I think, May or June. And so that was the official drought. We're not in an official drought yet, based off the indexes that they use there, like the Palmer Index and so on. We're not fully in that drought yet, but I would not be surprised if we see, that coming up. Right, yeah.
Now I found that page, okay, so
Yeah.
it says we're approaching advisory.
Correct, in the southern part, yep.
Yep.
And then you can click on the stream flows. It shows a lot of arrows pointing down. And then the same with the ground wells. Those are just different monitoring wells that the USGA monitors.
Thank you.
And Chris, before you go, you agree with Rich that one of the ways to sort of remedy the reoccurring water bans that we see, 16 of the last 20 years, is to sort of regulate the usage such that we can change behavior and then hopefully not have to sort of enforce a water ban periodically like we've been doing.
Correct. I think that would be a great thing to do, to go ahead and install that cultural change. We have plenty of storage within Veolia's water storage. I mean, we built 2 brand new 1 million gallon water storage tanks. We couldn't keep those filled. And that's a daily demand issue, and that's also you just not being able to sustain that. Where it shows, the data shows that when we're in their winter times, we can meet the daily demand. And we also got to remember too, which is I think a lot of people forget, is our water is not just for lawns or drinking, showering, cooking. It's our fire protection. And we got to be very cognizant of that as well. We have to sustain a certain amount within our tanks to be able to fight a fire. God forbid we're in the height of the summertime demand and we can't extinguish a fire or fight a fire because there's so many people using water in their lawns. We got to look at our priorities. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question from your perspective on the Water Resource Board Committee? Given climate change and its effects, larger than just the issue with South Kingstown today, 5, 10, 15 years from now, the weather is going to continue to get warmer. So summer is going to extend further and further. Spring is going to come earlier.
Yeah.
There are going to be more extreme weather events where there's a lot of sun for a lot of days, and there's going to be intense storms dumping a lot of water all at once. That's, I assume, going to continue to put pressure on your ability, Rich's ability, to deliver water to your customers, correct?
Yep.
I got an outside-the-box idea. Is there any chance that it would make sense to go back and take another look at the Big River Reservoir?
I agree, yeah. If I had the control over that, I definitely have them take a look at it. There has been talk in some of the Water Resources Board meetings that I've sat on of revisiting that and getting that back up to in the works. So I would agree with that. We can't sustain or just lay back and not do anything. So
I think, Einstein's definition of insanity was keep doing the same thing and expect a different result.
Yep.
Somewhere along the way, we're going to have to do something different. That project was turned down, I think, in the 70s by the EPA
Right.
for environmental reasons. But we're hitting a point where we're going to have a crisis, not just South Kingstown, but the state of Rhode Island, to supply water. And your point is very well taken that it's not just homes and families, it's also fire protection.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Chris, I'm looking on the Veolia North America web page and looking at a press release from August 1st of 2025 regarding system upgrades totaling $17 million to improve water service and resiliency for South Kingstown and Narragansett. So you did mention a 1 million gallon tank. Is that the one off of South Road?
That's one of them. That was built in 2018. Yep. And then the other one near Prout School, Tower Hill, that was another 1 million gallon tank. Used to be a standpipe. Both of those used to be standpipes. That was built in 2014, 2013, something like that. So those are 2 million gallon apiece. A 1 million gallon apiece. So that's 2 million gallons. And then we have another tank off of Crest Ave in Narragansett. That's a standpipe that holds about 350,000 gallons. The other work that we've done is also a lot of water main replacement. We just finished up a project on Ocean Road. It was a 4-stage project. That was a large water main. We've done some work. Where else? We just did some more in, off of Strathmore, Wanda, in Narragansett.
So what is the status right now with your ask of the Public Utilities Commission? It does say on here, if the commission approves Veolia's proposal in full, customer bills would be adjusted by 28%.
Yep.
Is that a 28%? First of all, has it been accepted by the commission, and is that going to result in a 28% increase on rates to consumers?
So no, it hasn't been approved yet. It's preliminary, so that was the first press release. So that's what we're seeking. Right now, the process is probably going to carry into next year. It's looking like. So there's a lot of questions that go back and forth, or justifications and so forth. So if that percentage, what I think it was, what'd you say,
28%?
28%.
That would be a 28% increase.
It could be, yes. It all depends what the PUC gives us, yeah.
Okay.
So, and on average, looking at an average bill, that's about $8, because a lot of the average bills are only about $30, $35. So when I think the average that they looked at was probably an $8 increase per month. Yeah.
Okay,
All right, thank you, Chris. Rich, come on up. Anything else? You all set? All right. Well, if you send us communication regarding the water ban, we're going to ask that you come up during public comment, which is going to immediately follow the town manager's report. We have a few items left. We're just going to get through that. And then if you wish to speak on that, we'll just ask you to come on up then. So, Jim, go ahead.
The next item is item B, 7B, which is the report on Affordable Housing Fund as requested by Councilmember Bergner. As noted, I spoke to her today. She's requesting a report on all the funds we have, but Brian's still working on those, and it's a pretty lengthy report, so we're hoping to get that on for the rest of the meeting. But for tonight only, this will be for the Affordable Housing Fund.
All right, do we have a printout of this?
We don't. It's on our email.
It is in our email.
Do you want it printed?
Yes.
It's one page. I can print that, yeah.
I got it. Who else wants it? So 2, 3? Patty, you want one or no?
No,
I can look at it on the screen. I got it. Sometimes you need paper. This one you don't. I don't need it this time. I'm going to get it in a second. So what I thought Brian was working on that we did talk about at the last meeting was the little Excel spreadsheet of all the funds, the fund balances, the interest earned, and the restrictions, right? Because we were talking at that last meeting and various ones, you know, like the Walter Watson Fund or whatever. So Brian's in the process of that. I just wanted to have more detail on this one because we're beginning to talk more and more about affordable housing, so we wanted just this. So go ahead, I'll get that.
Do you want me to wait? No, okay. So this is going to be a little different than some of the other funds, as the councilperson mentioned. This is a relatively new fund with not a lot of activity, so I have a lot of detail on this, probably not as much with some of the others. Some of the other funds go back years. This is about a 10-year fund, so I can kind of go back from inception and walk you through how it's gone. So the initial funding for the Affordable Housing Fund happened and as part of the year-end transfers for fiscal year 2014. There was a $10,000 transfer as part of the year-end transfers to the Affordable Housing Fund, which created that fund. The next funding occurred in fiscal year 2018. That was once again a year-end transfer of $100,000 this time. Before that, actually, I'm skipping. So there was a year-end transfer of $10,000 in fiscal year 14. There was some expenses of $1,200 in 16. So along the bottom, you'll see the committed fund balance, where you had $10,000 in 14, $10,000 in fiscal year 2015. Because of that $1,200 expense in 2016, the fund balance for 2016 was $8,800, remained $8,800 in 17. Then in 2018, there was a $100,000 year-end transfer once again to the fund, and another expense of $1,100, making the fund balance at $107,000. And just for the sheet, while you're looking at it, the top portion is the actual activity. The middle portion is the summary of activity for revenue, and the lower portion is a summary of activity on the expense side. So this is really a high-end summary on the top, and then you get a little more detail on revenue, expense, and lower. Where the funding really started to take shape was in fiscal year 21, where the council at that time enacted that the convenience revenue was going to be parsed out to this fund. So the bulk of the revenue goes to the open space fund, and then some of that money from open space would go to debt service fund to fund open space debt. Some would move to the general fund to fund operations of the general fund. $37,500 went to the Affordable Housing Fund, and then $10,000 went to the village infrastructure. That funding mechanism stayed in place from 2021 to fiscal year 2024, and that's where you see, again, the fund balance growing. Before that started, the fund balance in the fund was $70,578, and by the end, it was $180,000 using that funding method. Moving ahead to fiscal year 25, which again I would caution is unaudited at this time, but revenues were received in fiscal year '25, there was a change. I should back up. So in fiscal year '25, the funding changed for conveyance, where it was the funding for the general fund remained the same, the funding for the open space debt remained the same, and everything else then went into affordable housing. So the amount that went to open space and the amount that went to the village infrastructure were then moved into affordable housing. So you'll see a jump in the revenue for the fund in 2025. So there was revenue in 2025 of $441,000, expenses of $332,000, and the unaudited fund balance for the affordable housing by year end of the last fiscal year was $490,000. So that jumped $310,000 in that year. And again, as I mentioned, a little detailed on what the revenue, where you have a few of the year-end transfers and then the funding from the conveyance, and a summary of the expenses at the bottom by project. But that, to date, is our summary on affordable housing.
Can you go back and re-talk about the part where we voted as a council and we shifted the conveyance fees? Can you show me where that is? Because I was listening and not looking at the same time.
So previously, the breakdown on conveyance revenue was there was $37,500 that went to affordable housing, $10,000 that went to village infrastructure, an amount that would cover the open space debt service payments, which for example, the last year, fiscal year 2024, was $236,704, and the general fund revenue, and then the balance went to open space. So for example, and also this does fluctuate. So just looking at.
But that's not represented on this sheet, right?
No, you wanted affordable housing, so I gave you a summary of affordable housing.
Right. I guess I was looking where that, when you're talking about the village infrastructure, that's not represented on this.
No, that's a separate fund. Yeah.
So Brian.
So where's the 50?
There was this $37,500 convenience revenue, periodic, 4 years in a row.
Yes.
Monies came into this account and then were moved out of this account towards the village fund, which you just referenced. Is that
everything
correct?
actually went into open space, and then it was moved out of open space to affordable housing and to the village infrastructure. So that was the holding, basically.
So either way, it came here first and moved out.
Yes. Well,
Okay.
it came into open space and moved out. Yes.
Another question. We're talking about fiscal year 25. That's the year ended June 30, 2025?
That's correct.
So the balance as of that date is $490,000?
That's correct.
Has there been any expenditures out of that fund since then, in the past 3 months?
I'm not aware.
So the fund sits at about $490,000?
Yes.
Okay. So there's opportunities to utilize some of these monies toward the infrastructure costs for any one of these vacant school buildings,
Yes.
or 2 vacant school buildings in Oliver Watson House.
Yes, these funds are designated for approved affordable housing initiatives of the town.
Does that make sense to utilize this toward
Yes.
expenditures there?
Yes.
I know we're looking at millions in terms of costs, so I don't know how far this would get us, but it's certainly some is better than none.
Correct.
Okay. So I guess to sort of on top of this, I know we previously discussed, as Councilwoman Bergner said, identifying other funds with loose restrictions such that we could tap into those funds, add on top of these available funds,
Yep.
and throw them at infrastructure costs at any one of or all of these 3 school buildings, or 2 school buildings, 1 Oliver Watson,
Right.
such that we can try to move forward with investments and turning into housing or other type of investments there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you can look into and get to us at a subsequent council meeting? I know that's somewhat of a lot of work, and I know that you've already given us a summary of the funds at some point, and along with the restrictions as to how those monies can be spent. But can you come back to us, I guess, with an updated list of that? And then also a recommendation as to potential funds you've identified that could be used to help offset some of the initial costs toward these vacant buildings.
In terms of restrictions, I'd probably defer to Mike on that. I wasn't here when the fund was enacted, but I think it's as simple as these funds are designated for.
I'm not talking about the
affordable
restriction on this particular fund.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about this one.
At a previous meeting, you gave us a whole presentation of a number of funds. You also gave a summary of the restrictions related to how those monies could be used.
Yeah.
I'm asking if at a subsequent meeting, you could give us an update as to the amounts in those funds and also a recommendation as to potential funds that we could tap into to throw at the infrastructure costs related to the vacant buildings that we're looking at potential housing for.
That would be, I mean, all funds.
So, could I?
Yeah.
So at the last meeting, we did talk about this. We talked about the Oliver Watson house. It has $146,000 as of June 30th, 2024, of which $39,000 is non-spendable. So we need research from Mike about why that's restricted, why it's not fundable.
That's the initial.
That's the additional
endowment.
presentation that you're working on. So we talked about it the last meeting for Brian to work through all of the funds to identify what is restricted, what we could use, and where the interest income is being appropriated, right? So the Oliver Watson house, if it has a balance of $146,000, where does that interest go? Does it go back to, Brian told me this morning, it goes back to the original, it goes back to its fund, right? It doesn't go to the undesignated fund, right, Brian?
So, I'm sorry, I was just looking up. The Oliver Watson house is a permanent fund, and that's why you're seeing it any money as non-spendable.
Right.
That was the amount of the initial donation to the town. So anything you're seeing in the permanent funds where you're seeing as a non-spendable, that was the amount of the initial donation to the town, and that is a permanent fund. So those amounts cannot be spended. Above and beyond that, yes.
So I guess at the next meeting, we would want to know something like, if we were to repurpose the Oliver Watson house property, and that, couldn't we use all of that permanent? Why would we have to maintain a fund that we didn't have that property any longer? So why do we have to maintain the $39,000?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that money has been used through, we went to Superior Court on that, and through a legal doctrine called Cypre, we got the court to say that we could use the principal, not the principal, but the income derived from that principal for seniors and senior housing related issues through our recreation department, et cetera. So there is a restriction on not touching the permanent or the corpus or principal of the fund, but we can expend the dollars that are thrown off every year.
But still for that specific
For that,
purpose.
still
Yeah.
for that. It
Yes.
has to be the specific purpose which the court allowed us because the house no longer existed, but we shifted it over to the services that we're providing to seniors elsewhere in town.
We're gonna have to do more than that, though. I mean, interest income at 130,000 is about 10 to 15 a year, and that's good. But I mean, that's not gonna get us far in terms of.
It's not, and either when you're in budgeting, you need to budget, increasing amounts for things like this, or,
Right. So I think, I had a conversation with Jim this morning about this, and I think it's great that we're going to get this information at the next meeting prior to them. They've already begun the budget for next year, but to understand if any of these funds can be used in certain ways to, address either operational expenses, one-time expenses, whatever. But we need to understand all of the funds and if they are using in what way. So I was talking to Jim this morning. There's the animal rescue fund. What do we do with that interest income? Do we use that in the operational budget, or do we just keep growing the animal rescue fund to the tune of like 500,000, right? So that's where we're at. So that's like a policy conversation at the next meeting to sort of talk about where we want to use some of the funding. But in terms of the affordable housing, it's not clear to me how much you anticipate that fund to grow annually so that we would, is that next?
It does fluctuate. I was just looking at, again, the last 4 years where conveyance fees were the funding source for this fund. And conveyance fees for the town over the last 4 years has ranged from $543,000 to $840,000, so it ranges.
So we could be potentially, some of that money you say goes to,
I'm sorry, the numbers I said there, the 540 versus 840, that's in total all conveyance
some of that
fees.
has to go to the debt service
Absolutely.
for the
Debt
open
service,
space.
general
right?
fund, but yes, so what I'm getting at is to give you a clear indication what we're going to take in this year.
300 to 500,000.
Well, over the last 4 years, we've ranged from 540 to 840, so it can be a bit of a gap.
Right. But 300 to 500 is really after you pay the open space debt
Yes.
service.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
so there is some income, Rory, you following? So there is money to pursue the infrastructure improvements. All of that to say it can reduce the cost of the project, which then can allow whoever develops it to do more because they have spent less, essentially, correct?
Yes. So I'm not entirely clear what we're looking for at a subsequent meeting here.
So these are the funds that we got in a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know, there's no date on my notes,
Yes.
right? So Brian is going to present it in a little bit of a succinct presentation so that we can understand what each of the funds is, what's the balance, what interest income is generated,
But I don't think we should be limited to the income generated on these assets. I think that the opportunity to spend and use toward infrastructure investment or defray the cost of infrastructure investment is going to be using some of the principal.
Yes.
If we're relying on income, we're not going to get there.
In most of these funds, or really all of the funds other than the town's undesignated fund balance, they are designated or obligated for a specific purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Does the council have an ability to shift that focus from one to another? You're the legislative body, absolutely. But right now, other than the undesignated fund balance, all funds of the town are designated for a specific purpose.
But there's flexibility in some of these.
Yes.
And we've reviewed some of that in a prior presentation for
Yes.
this. Even though they have a specific use, some are more flexible, some are more narrow. So we need to, I guess, identify those more flexible
Yes.
accounts and potentially get a recommendation from you as finance director as to if we're going to utilize any funds from any of the funds that the town has, these are the ones we should use if we're going to use toward infrastructure or to defray the cost of infrastructure toward the 2 vacant school buildings and Oliver Watson House.
The only thing I would caution, it's probably going to be a lengthy, we have, within the town's audit document, we have 64 funds that are audited that within that document. So I have 64 funds that I would, even in a summary form, it's going to take some time.
Yeah.
So just as a
Doesn't
heads
have to be by next meeting.
No, I'm just saying it will take time in terms of the.
So
I hate to see us go through a similar exercise we did a few months ago. Just going through a presentation of here's all the accounts, here's what's there, here's what it can be used for. I think we need an updated, here's what the account balance as of most recent.
Yep.
But also some sort of recommendation.
Okay.
If we're going to use any of these funds toward it, here are the ones that we should look at.
So I agree with you. So when we talked about it at the last meeting, for example, the Walter W. Watson Trust, the balance ending was $204,000. The trust was set up to assist the poor and the needy of South Kingstown. Clearly, it could be flexed to potentially work for affordable housing initiatives. The balance of the fund is restricted for the use of the poor and the needy, of which $40,000 is deemed non-spendable. So there's $160,000 there. So we can have, Brian, we're not going to be shifting the wastewater fund, we're not going to be shifting the Parks and Rec, capital improvement, the highway, the roads. It's these other funds, right?
Agreed.
We need a summary sheet so we can know what we're looking at, so then we can make a policy decision for Jim and Brian to take that money to, pursue matching grants or defray some of the costs.
If I can insert, depending on any strings that came with that gift.
Correct.
And to that end, Mike, at some point, if you could get me a copy of or get the council a copy of the consent decree, specifically on Oliver Watson, I'd like to understand a little bit better. Thanks.
All right.
Mr. President, there's no more further comment about this item?
Excuse me?
Is there further comment on this item from anyone
We're
else?
done.
I was wondering if I could make a motion to move item 8 to be the next on the agenda to public comment, for the sake of time for the public that came out.
Yeah, we can do that.
So I make a motion.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to move public comment up. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're now going to move public comment up. We're going to do 30 minutes of public comment. Then we're going to get back to the town manager's report, finish that up, get to the public hearings, move through new business rather quickly. And if you had not had an opportunity to speak at this public comment session, we're going to come back to public comment after new business. But we're going to do 30 minutes. We're going to ask you limit yourself to 5 minutes. We just ask that you introduce yourself when you come up, and we have a timer over here which begins to wind down when you start speaking. We ask that you use that as a way to gauge the 5 minutes. So with that said, first come, first serve. Come on up.
Jennifer Nurbon. People come to this microphone and it's intimidating. You do not make it easy. They stand here with real concerns, roads not plowed, taxes too high, large housing projects in their backyards, and countless other issues. They aren't here for praise. They're here because they need solutions. You are the ones in control, not only of our hard-earned tax dollars, but of how those tax dollars are used to implement solutions for our town. Yet too often, instead of listening, you attack. For many residents, this is their only opportunity to speak, and you treat some with grace while dismissing or attacking others. I've seen it. Mike and Rory, you attacked speakers at the podium. Deb is targeted at the table. After the people sit down, Patty and Jay, you guys sit up and get the last word when we have no other chance to respond. That's passive aggressive and unfair. You hold the final word, while we have no recourse except to wait 2 weeks to speak again. Meanwhile, concerns remain unresolved. For example, Liberty Lane traffic is still a problem, and despite repeated requests, no solution has been implemented. A girl's dog was run down and left for dead, and the town seems to find money for many things, many things. Yet something so basic has been ignored. You pick and choose when to respond and who to respond to. And make no mistake, you can respond. You play favorites. You can't deny it. The videos exist of every town council meeting. It confuses and frustrates me how elected officials could be so dismissive, rude, and aggressive towards the very people they represent. We may not share all the same political views, but we do share some. Yet instead of finding common ground, you act in absolutes, black and white, with praise for your favorites and contempt for those you disregard. Leadership isn't about playing favorites, it's about serving everyone. Start listening, start answering, and start leading, because the people of this town do deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on.
Hi, my name's Carter Starr. I'm at 296 Fairgrounds Road. And actually, I'm jumping ahead is in regards to a letter that Helen Metterer and a lot of our neighbors signed about the traffic on Fairgrounds. It is a speedway cutting across there. We appreciate the work you've done. There's new signs up saying 25 miles an hour. Cars are going definitely almost twice that. And then the repaving has been great. We noticed, I did put up on the other side of Fairgrounds, down by the turf farms, a traffic monitor. I'm not sure what to call it with. And when we ride our bikes by, we're showing up on that. So I hope that doesn't skew the speed down to 10 miles an hour. But anyways, I hope that can be moved up to near the fire station, because that's the section that cars really go fast on. And we've brought up to the police department, DPW, and they've been great with having more patrols up there. And we're just hoping that it can make a difference. There's some first steps that have been due. We talked about maybe, we understand with the fire station, having a speed bump is not ideal. However, if you put a speed bump right there at the fire station, and literally people say, well, you can go through the parking lot to go around it, just extend it up to the doors of the fire. And you have two bays, and they can get over that speed bump as they're coming out of the driveway. That could slow down things there. I know Helen also talked, we also, a group of us signed that letter, I believe, that came to you. Sidewalks, vegetation on one side is all poison ivy, and for people walking, it is very tough, particularly when it's traffic's coming by. You don't want to step off into the poison ivy. So it's ideas that would be something maybe in the future, look at sidewalks at least down one side of the road. I think I covered most things, and I know I jumped in. This is item 12A, but I want to take an opportunity to jump up here during public comment. So thank you for the work you're doing, and hope you can put some more controls onto the speed coming down Fairgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Morgan Parker. I live on Northup Street. Spoke at the public comment last town council meeting regarding the proposal for housing at the Wakefield Elementary School. And since then, I've had the opportunity to sit in on the Affordable Housing Council meeting and have a positive conversation with them. And wanted to kind of commend not only town council, but Affordable Housing Committee just on the proactive kind of approach to an important issue. Everyone knows that housing is a tough thing to come by around here, and there's kind of a proactive approach to that problem, which I think is a positive thing. That being said, I don't believe that Wakefield Elementary School is the correct place for a high-density housing development. Because of a lot of the different reasons that I mentioned last time. It's town property, and it's really in the heart of Wakefield, and that's an important thing to maintain as town property. Since the last meeting, there's a petition going around, currently has close to 700 signatures in support of maintaining that property a town property and investigating potential other uses for it. Things that were mentioned could be extension of a park or community center, something of that nature. And I think it presents the town council with a lovely opportunity to kind of have it both ways. There are some properties that are in town control that are available and a good fit for a high density housing solution to kind of address this problem that we all know and live and deal with. But Wakefield Elementary School also represents an opportunity for the town council to keep that in the fold of the town and really kind of improve upon the ways that the property is already supporting local businesses on Main Street through additional parking for the parades, for town events, Ladies' Night, River Fire, Oktoberfest, the Muse 5K. I have no association with the Hera Gallery, but I hope they have a really big party, and there's a lot of parking right up the road. So should the parking at the Orthopedic Center get full, what a lovely walk down the hill for the full moon party, and that's a great low-cost solution for the town, and it's a property that's, is a low cost to the town right now, a cost for sure, but there's some creative solutions that can probably be explored to not only cover that cost, but have the property as it stands support all the businesses on Main Street. There's been a lot of influx of new restaurants, new businesses, new events that are all kind of bubbling up on Main Street, and the elementary school is a wonderful place that is already in town control to kind of continue to support that. And I think it would really be a positive thing for the town to keep control of that, but then also continue to explore those affordable housing initiatives in other places throughout town. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I got no seat.
Hi, I'm Karen Ramsey. I don't know if I should be taking this time or the communications, but I just want to thank Vice President Marin for putting it on the agenda, because I do think it's very important. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you said things are only going to get worse with climate change, etc. I've done a lot of reading, and I'm seeing things like Southern Rhode Island is groundwater dependent and lacks storage capacity. Therefore, water is not always available when and where needed. And I'm reading things like, in order to properly match land development with capacity of land and water resources, and to protect ground and surface water quality and quantity and aquatic habitat, decisions concerning future development should always take into account several important issues, two of which are water system design and capacity, and adequacy of water supply sources. What I heard tonight was, another thing I've been reading is how infrastructure is old. Now, I think I heard, first of all, there's not a drought officially, right? And that you can't fill the tanks fast enough because you can't push the water through the pipes, they're just too small. Isn't that what you said?
Right.
Yes, so if you want to reserve your time to be able to speak with Chris and Rich Bourbonnais, we're going to ask you to wait till your communication item comes up at the end. If you wish to just speak without back and forth, now's your time to go.
Okay. All right.
You addressed the communication item already. You combine them. And maybe that's an offline conversation that the constituent
But that we
can
don't have a chance to address it while we're here and it was brought up?
You do have the chance to address your communication
Okay.
item, if you wish to wait.
Thank you.
Which will be at the end of the meeting, because it's the second to last or last item on the agenda.
Okay.
But if you wish to address it now or
Well,
have a private conversation
I feel
with
like
Chris
I'm
or Rich Bourbonnais, you can do that.
brushed aside. Where was she? But I just want to say I do appreciate it, and depending on how long we go, I will address it at the end.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brittany Apuzzo. I am here tonight to provide you with follow-up regarding the opposition to development of the Wakefield Elementary School property. There is currently a petition showcasing the desire of the community to save Wakefield Elementary property from development. The petition is nearing 700 signatures. There are a lot of great ideas for this property, but the one thing that most can agree on is that Wakefield Elementary School site is part of the heart of Wakefield and that it should not be sold and developed. My hope is that we can continue to hear from the community and also that we can work with this town council, as I'm sure your experience and knowledge could really benefit this cause and provide a lasting asset for the town of South Kingstown. If you're interested in the petition, you may find it at change.org. Just type in Wakefield Elementary and you'll see the petition labeled Preserve Wakefield Elementary Land as Community Space. With these current petition numbers in mind, I invite you to walk around the property and think creatively. See the original Olmsted vision of active and passive community park spaces. Enjoy the loop Main Street and the connection it serves. There is history there are memories, there is community engagement and pride. I look forward to hopefully working with you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jim O'Neill, Wakefield. The Oak Street situation, as everyone realizes now, tip of the iceberg. There's been a lot of commentary about housing reform from the General Assembly being a very positive effect. It was, in my view, very limited because the fairness factor never came into play. The Speaker, tough man obviously, but it was his way or the highway. And that's how all these housing bills, 30 some odd of them, have gone through. And unfortunately, his land use commission was a joke. It was a setup for developers and a setup for rural and suburban rural areas to have no say in land use. What everybody came away with is one size fits all will be the new norm. And I don't know why we're not talking about this. One way to get around it is the tax world. Take a look at Providence. If you take a look at Providence, thinking of Oak Street, a 10-unit in Providence is 3.1 times their owner-occupied single-family home. Using that same status down here, instead of $8.94, you're looking at $27 per thousand for each 10-unit Oak Street. Big difference, 3.1 times the tax rate. So you've got to think about things like that. Matter of fact, assessing taxes may be the best way to slow this housing madness down, because everybody I run across is looking for the loophole, find that lot, find that place, find where we can double up, and keeping the developers occupied. The problem behind all of this, the way I look at it, and remember I'm a Steve Alfred mentored by him, is the 10% rule. 10% rule that was put in, my gosh, we're going back 30 years here on housing, was a goal. It wasn't a demand. There was no time period for it to end. And the reason for that, the people, the reps and senators who put that together, they understood that different cities and towns had different infrastructure, water, sewer, environment, history, so on and so forth. Our planning chairs, the other planning chairs that came back from other rural towns practically came back in tears because they had no say in a land use commission. They were just turned away, go on home. One size fits all, we'll take care of it. And Steve Alfred, as you know, if you read the newspapers almost annually, back from 2000 to 2017 where he left, he reminded us that our rights were abused. Our home rule charter says land use was to be our determination for most of the cities and towns in the state of Rhode Island. We should have sued on the spot every bill that's gone through up at the General Assembly. And just to give you an idea how we get trapped here with what happens with this legislation, I'd love to see Narragansett, South Kingstown, Westerly, Exeter, etc. We approved the Exeter deal 2 years ago, saying the land use was a joke. We voted 4-1 on it. Only Councilman Marin wanted to see how we were going to write that up. But 4-1 vote, we joined Exeter, saying this land use whole issue, the whole determination was ridiculous. But let me just read you from the newspaper and a judge's decision on what just happened in Westerly. I know you're all familiar with it. You've probably heard from the solicitor and everybody else what happened in Westerly. But the Superior Court just backed the Westerly's planning board a rejection of a housing proposal on the Winnapeag golf course, if you will. And it's just incredible. On 100-plus dry acres, and boy, hold on to your calculators here, 2,300 housing unit proposal near and around Winnapeag Pond, all of it. Even Rep Azanaro, Democrat for 40, he couldn't believe it. Even he was ill. And no one can understand how Westerly got trapped with this, because it makes no sense. Westerly got trapped because of the 10% rule. Westerly is at 6.45% of their housing stock. I think we're like 5.75. And what was ruled on this is that they could apply for this kind of density because they were under 10% of the state rule. Yet Westerly is smaller than this town. They are almost like us with limited septic sewer, etc. This is incredible, but let me just read you.
All right, Jim.
Judge
we
Lamphere.
got many others in here who wish to speak. You got to wrap this up.
Okay, we're going to wrap it up. Judge Lamford disagreed. He said the reason I'm denying this, the state's housing production law does not require the planning board to approve any and all projects that come their way. Surely the planning board does not serve the rubber stamp an application, Lampier wrote. Even though
All right,
it
Jim,
requests
that's it.
affordable housing, you've got to do something about this now. We need to sue the General Assembly's bills, half of them. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Well, as usual, another interesting meeting. A lot of time spent on probably one of the most important resources in the world today, water. A lot of time was spent at the podium here talking about it. And a very nice young lady got up and spoke a little bit about it. And she was on the right track. And the only comment I'll make about water is we better be using our schools. That should be one of the main items that in the agenda of the respect for water and the need to preserve it, and not only preserve an amount, but the cleanliness and the rest of it. And I think a lot of people are aware of it, but a lot of people, as I've said many times, and I include myself in that category, is we're pretty well spoiled about using of anything. That we have so much that we're just spoiled rotten. Well, normally the reason I come up here is I kind of promised that I'll come up every 2 weeks that I possibly can, and just mention progress or lack of progress in our overall country. And I think I'm sorry to say it's not getting better, and I haven't been able to, I don't want to be, I'm not a voicer of doom. I say also that we're in a cocoon. We're here, we can talk about as if, we can pretend we're in a bubble, but we're not. We're going to really find that out soon too, I'm afraid. Well, the latest one is this taking the signs out and changing the name of the, taking defense out of the name of our military organizations and putting the Department of War. I'd like it to be the Department of Peace. I'm really my stomach right now is rolling a little just thinking about it. The stuff that is going on in this country and not being addressed. It is being addressed by some people. We had a demonstration and I mean, people are aware of it. But we're a little helpless because we have to have our political leaders, and that's why all politics is local, and that's one of the reasons I come, because I'm not a computer man. I don't have a blog that I can whip out. I'd love to have it, though. I admit it. I lost my way. I should have followed that avenue, but I made up my mind now that I'm not going to follow it. Okay. I did want to say something else here too. Have I got any time? No, a little bit. I'm going to be taking a trip. I'm going to be away for 2 weeks, so I will probably make the next meeting. But I'll be going to Iceland and Norway, and I'm going to be hopefully talking with some people, and I'm going to be asking them a few questions, and I'm really looking forward to it. But it isn't that I'm looking forward to it to get away from here. I've got many things that I'm doing every week here in Rhode Island, right here in South Kingstown, and Charlestown, and all the other small communities. I just had some friends that I'm renting them my property from New Hampshire to visit me for one day, and I showed them what this place is like, and they were in awe. Even though New Hampshire is a beautiful state, but we have an unbelievable resource, and it's a place I want to be. It's a place I've been and I want to be, and I want it to continue to be a place where people want to be. But the people that live here and are not of excessive means cannot stay here. And we all talk, I don't want to repeat what you all know. The average person can't afford, I could not afford right now, having a business for 43 years, and if I didn't have my house and the situation that I have, because I grew up in the 50s, 85 years old now, I don't consider myself that old, I don't consider it that old, but a lot of people, you know, they look at an 85-year-old and they like to just, you know, they kind of laugh underneath their breath, you know. Well, anyway, that can happen to a person at 65, and that can happen to a person at 50 if you lose your mind. And I play bridge every week to make sure I can still think. And I am thinking.
All right,
and I'm
Bob.
glad I'm thinking.
We got a
And
lot of
now,
other people in the audience.
I'm going.
All right.
I'm going to leave.
All right,
Anyway,
thank you, Bob.
Be aware. That's all I can say. Be aware.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, my name is Marissa Salisbury. I'm here just to echo Brittany and Morgan and continue spreading awareness about what's going on with the Wakefield Elementary property. For anyone here or watching online that doesn't know, there's a petition to stop the town from selling the Wakefield Elementary land, the heart of Wakefield, to developers. We currently have 688 signatures from the community to just stop the sale for now. That's all we're asking at the moment. So please support protecting this land by going to change.org and search Preserve Wakefield Elementary Land as Community Space. Our goal for now is to just show how much our town cares about this property and to put a pause on the sale and work together as a community to find what's best for the future families of this neighborhood. And to council, I urge you to come to the final river fire this month. Come see how full that parking lot is. See how much foot traffic walks through there. How many kids play on that playground. Come see the strong sense of community and how everyone enjoys this shared space together. Just a couple of years ago, we proudly celebrated Wakefield's 300th anniversary, an incredible milestone that speaks to our town's deep history and character. A large modern development does not belong in the heart of such a historic community. We ask that you consider other locations instead, and please, don't take this land away from us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to do one more speaker before we move to the rest of the town manager's report, then the public hearings, then new business. Then we're going to come back to public comment for anyone who hasn't had an opportunity to speak. So go ahead.
Sure. Hi, I'll be very brief. I'm Helen Metterer. I live on Fairgrounds Road. I've lived there for more than 40 years. And I want to just add a little bit to what my neighbor and friend Carter Starr just said. I think that paying attention to Fairgrounds Road and doing a traffic study, perhaps in anticipation of sidewalks, is very much tied into the development of the Oliver Watson House, because we don't want to silo a new community within just that property. We want to welcome the people who eventually move in there, and I hope that we can do this property right. I think if we do it right, it will enhance the community, it will enhance our ability to reach out to those who live in affordable housing and integrate them into the community. The traffic study should differentiate between the local traffic that goes straight from Route 138 to 100 Acre Pond Road, and the people who are using Fairgrounds Road and Waits Corner Road as a shortcut, which really isn't, but they use it as a shortcut to Route 2. So I'm just saying that the development or the paying more attention to Fairgrounds Road and the surrounding communities could be very much tied into really doing affordable housing correctly in this town. So that's the point I wanted to make. And the traffic study, really, I would love to talk to someone about the traffic study. As a resident there and as an old retired person who watches the road and walks her dog every day, I know a lot about this community. So I'm available to talk to people about the traffic study, and I hope it does take place, and I hope we can get sidewalks, and I hope we can get the poison ivy off the side of the road, okay? Because I'd like to be able to jump off the road when cars come too close, okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before you step away, thank you so much for coming and speaking. I just wanted to note the similarities. We had someone from Liberty Lane, you could stand, you like half an away. Someone who came from Liberty Lane who also lost their dog. And so we did a traffic study on that side, and there's a lot of people cutting through thinking Route 2, Liberty Lane, 138. It's the same sort of thing, Chief. So like, I don't know how we slow the traffic down on those Route 2 as people come down and then think it's...
That's why I think a speed bump really
Yeah.
is not a bad solution, right by the fire station.
Well, there's a lot of issues with speed bumps that we hear all the time about other issues. Road plowing and car damage
Oh,
and
well,
all
road
of that.
plowing, yeah,
So there's
yeah,
that too.
yeah.
But I think what we're noticing is that the traffic is coming through those areas to try to shortcut. Like,
Yeah.
and that's the same thing with Woodruff Avenue. We think URI students were coming up
Right.
from Narragansett, and
Right.
Waze was directing them there. And maybe we can
Right.
do, Patty did some research, and we can maybe try to fudge with Waze and try to get them to not route you through those residential areas. But
That would
it's
be great.
definitely a problem. Speeding
Yeah,
is
yeah.
everywhere is a problem, I think.
Everywhere, and I understand, we're just one street, but because of the Oliver Watson House development, I think it warrants some special attention.
I agree. And I know who you are from URI, but you are a retired sociology professor, correct?
Yes, I am.
So she speaks from a place of understanding community, place,
Absolutely,
social
absolutely.
justice.
I love my community. It's really a cool little neighborhood in that area. So, okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're now going to move back to Town Manager's report to continue on there. Jim, go ahead.
I will go to the two easier ones before we get into the more difficult one. So, Councilmember Rowley had requested we schedule a work session. I'll do E first, for the homestead exemption possibility on the following dates I proposed to the council: October 6th, 7th, 9th, 21, 23. Either the 21 or the 23rd would give the staff more time to prepare for that, for the different scenarios that could take place. So my recommendation would be to pick the 21st or the 23rd if you could.
And what days of the week are those?
Tuesday and Wednesday.
That can't be, because 21 and 23 are 2 days apart.
October, though. Oh, 21 and, Tuesday, Thursday.
All right. Is there a regular meeting that week?
There is not. The next meeting's the 27th.
We need to get Deb in here to decide too, on a date. Do you want me to go grab her?
Sure. I'm good with Tuesday. You good with Tuesday?
Any of the dates that were offered.
All right. We like Tuesday, but let's see what they say when they come
Tuesday,
back.
what date? 21st.
And Mike, you can be present at that meeting?
Yes, we have 2 council members missing.
I know. Let's move to item F while we're waiting.
Do you want to just finalize that one, Patty? Is the 21st work?
That.
All right.
Is there no meeting on Monday?
There is not.
Okay.
All right, so want to do the 21st?
21st.
Okay, all right.
What time?
Well, 6:30, 8:30, or 7 to 9?
7 or 9.
Okay. You guys good with that?
You go with 7 or 9?
Yeah, 7 to 9.
Mike, you good?
Yeah.
Okay.
7 to 9.
Okay. This is going to be a temporary closure. Chief Moynihan gave this to me. The Wakefield Fire Station Community Day is on September 20th from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. They would like to temporary closure of Robinson Street. There are alternative ways to go around that, so it would not cause too much disruption with the residents. So it's more a notification that we were going to do this. We don't really need council approval, just putting out to you that that's the plan. Okay?
Jim, the community day is from 12 to 6 at the fire station?
Yes, Wakefield Fire Station Community Day, 12 to 6 on September 20th. Closure of Robinson Street for that period of time. That was a request from the Union Fire District. to the
Sounds
chief.
like fun.
Okay. Next item is the discussion, it's C, Discussion relative to the town's plans for Marina Park and Ram Point Marina as requested by Councilmember Bergner.
All right. We got Mike Stack present?
Right, do you want her, she requested it, do you want her in the room, or do you want?
I mean, here she is.
Hi, Mike.
Good evening. I know it's late, and I will quickly run through this. I'm looking for an update both on Marina Park and also Ram Point Marina, and what the development history and future looks like. Just a quick refresher, that previous slide was a 1951 schematic of plan for Marina Park. Just a quick refresher, we do have an ordinance, the Public Marina Special Management District, which seeks to balance the recreational and the historic land use pattern, public access, with the waterfront properties and businesses that are in that northern part of Point Judith Pond. The most recent plan and subsequent construction was in 1994. Those were improvements to Festival Field. That's the path, the lighting, and the restroom facility you see there. Currently, there are 3 commercial marinas which have long-term leases with the town. There are 2 boating clubs, the URI Sailing Center and Point Judith Yacht Club. There's 2 dining establishments, Java Madness and the 210 Oyster Bar. And the municipal controlled public areas are made up of the boat ramp, the overlook area with the benches that overlook the water, the paddle sport launch area, the 2 municipal parking lots, and then the aforementioned green space with the walking path that was done in the 94 improvements. The town in 2025 will bring in $380,114 in lease revenue from the businesses that are operating down there. If you're not familiar with the area, this is a quick overview of Marina Park. The areas in the pale blue shade are the areas that are maintained by the town. Those are the public spaces, and the other areas are the various businesses and organizations that have the long-term leases. Those are their lease areas in Marina Park. There's about 450, I believe, slips in those various marinas up there. And when we move to Ram Point discussion, the far left, I'll have another slide that'll show you better, but the far left, the light blue, we're talking about that little part that juts down on the left and running up to Route 1 along the Saugatucket River. And that final marina that's outside the shaded areas, that's Silver Spring. That's privately owned land. That was owned by Safe Harbor, recently sold to, Safe Harbor sold to Blackstone. Just real quickly on the Ram Point ownership, it was owned by the same local family since 1968, and they leased from the town. In 2021, the council authorized the town's consent to an assignment of the existing marine lease to TS Grove Point Marina's asset funding of Wilmington, Delaware. They assumed the existing marine lease from 2021 for both lease areas with the exact terms and conditions. Pretty much right after that, they came to the town and asked to extend the 5-year riparian lease, which we'll discuss shortly, to merge into their 30-year lease of the main property that was denied. And they have about 180 slips at Ram Point. Real quickly, this is just Grove Point, the company, and the strategic capital partners that they work with. They're based out of Delaware and Florida, and they're an institutionally backed investment company acquiring marinas that was started in 21 by 2 investment professionals. All of this is on the agenda online, and I believe you may have also gotten hard copies. In reference to the riparian lease, I'll show you in the next slide, but this was a shorter term lease, a 5-year lease from July 1st, 2021. It expires June 30th, 2026, next year. This is separate from the main property lease of Ram Point proper. It's about 320 linear feet of riverfront directly adjacent to the park green space of the aforementioned where the walking path is and all that stuff. There's about 16 slips for vessels, generally 25 feet or smaller. It's relatively shallow over there. There's a 120-foot long section of floats that doesn't have finger piers. Right now they have about 21 what they call skiff slips, where the boats just bow in, they tie the bow off, and they kind of knock into each other, under 15 feet generally. Right now there's about 19 boats in this section, the riparian section. And the reason behind this separate lease was to provide the town flexibility to discontinue the arrangement for property which lies outside the boundaries of the actual Ram Point Marina lease property, so that there's flexibility for future potential opportunities, including preservation, restoration, public access, etc. And most recently, Grove Point Marinas was notified in June of 2025, just this June, that their riparian lease, just the small section along the park area, will not be renewed or renegotiated. That expires on June 30th of next year. This is the breakdown here. So on the left slide, you see the 320 linear feet. That's what we refer to as the riparian lease. Those are those docks that I was just discussing. And the right slide, that yellow area, that is Ram Point's lease proper, where they conduct most of their business. The purple shaded line through there, that's a town road that goes up to the dock. Onto the park itself. Recent Marina Park improvements, 2022, we rehabbed the paddle sport launch area, which is between the Yacht Club and Java Madness, to provide better access to the water for more people and more boats. In 23, you all recall we did the big project with the municipal boat ramp and dock rehabilitation project. That was completed. That was a CIP project. And this end of year balance transfer, you folks authorized, I believe it was around $22,000 to do some additional improvement. I'm sorry, let me back up. 2024, we did the first phase of improvements to the western parking lot. That overflow area was really not an overflow area. It was used all the time. It was the grass field turned into a mud pit. We went in there, we've put some stone down and kind of cleaned that area and organized that area. Moving on to the end of year budget transfer this year, you've authorized I believe it was around $22,000 for more improvements. One of the things we're going to tackle, because parking's such an issue down there, is working on that parking area some more. We're planning that for this off season, 25-26. In the current CIP, there's a request without a monetary amount for 26-27 to fund a master plan for Marina Park, Town Farm property. And we're expecting a cost estimate from an engineering firm any day now that we'll provide to you for your deliberations during the CIP process this year. Some things that the master plan will contemplate, these are all chronic issues that we have down there that need to be looked at: pedestrian traffic safety, improved parking and traffic flow, walking, biking connectivity from Marina Park, our harbor district, to downtown Wakefield without crossing Route 1 or the entrance or exit ramps to Route 1. There is a possibility that we could utilize the area along the river and develop a river walk that would go under the Route 1 overpass and connect over to Town Farm Park along the Saugatucket River. That's all town-owned property through there, except for the DOT section with the highway. Increasing public access to the shore along the harbor, including along the Saugatucket River and at Marina Park. And something that's sorely lacking is there's no public transient boater slips. And we own all of that property. We have that luxury of owning that entire stretch along the water, but nobody can really come and visit our town on their boats. And if you travel around the Northeast and really anywhere, generally that's something that's offered by municipalities. So that's something else that could be looked at, and that would be a boon both to the local businesses right down there, and also if they can walk into downtown Wakefield. That'd be a pretty sweet setup. Obviously, these are long-term big projects, but anyway, if you have any questions, I know I try to run through that really quickly, cover all the bases in your communication, I hope. Go ahead.
Yeah, the reason I have gotten several questions about Ram Point and the lease, people are trying to reach out, trying to understand it, whether they're a boater or they're worried about a slip or whatever. So when we talked about it in executive session, it never really came out in the public. So that's why I requested that we have an overview so that the community's hearing information that we might have, but wasn't discussed in public. So that's why, for the council, that's why I asked that it come forward. I don't know if anyone else has gotten calls from other people. So I thought we weren't able to talk about it because it was an exec. So I wanted to bring it forward so that the community could understand that. And then it's good to hear that you're planning for a master plan, because 30 years ago was 1994, 31. So you think that'll be done in 26, 27? But the lease is already up in 2026.
So it will be funding dependent, certainly, the master plan. It will look at the entire park. It's not
Right.
going to look just at this riparian lease section. So specific to the riparian lease, I did have, we had a Waterfront Commission meeting on Thursday. I did bring this to their attention, knowing that this was going to be on the agenda this evening. And they really felt that they didn't want to make a recommendation yet on that stretch, knowing that the potential for a master plan is on the horizon, kind of putting the cart before the horse to say they want to lock themselves into that. Certainly, we can look at, continuing the existing activity there. It's unclear if the docks that Ram Point has in that location will remain, or whether they'll remove them for their June 30th expiration of the lease. That's their property. They built those, they installed those, so it's my understanding they're entitled to remove those. So if they were to do that and we want to continue the docks over there on July 1 of 26, that's another funding request we would have to look to make to install those docks. I got a rough estimate, about $200,000 to replace all those docks. But yeah, certainly, there's lots of options for that area over there, but at the basic level, to continue the existing service that's there, that the town we could run that similar to how we run the moorings, and we could lease out the slips and do whatever if that's what you folks wanted to do with that area.
Thank you.
Mike, I just wanted to give you and the Waterfront Advisory Committee kudos again for creating this master plan and bringing it to us, because lowering the entry for boating and safe craft in Salt Pond and our beautiful waterfront, the development in Marina Park is going to be critical to that, right? And there's a long history in this town of working class boating, and if you're not a boater, slips are expensive, and they've gone up exponentially since hedge funds have bought most of our local marinas. And we're lucky to still have some great local marinas in town that are they live here. They're in South Kingstown. As we head towards the winter, we see the plans, happy to support the mission, and as you can see, this council has been very supportive of your vision here. So thanks.
I just kind of want to talk about the ownership of the marinas, because I know the Ram Point Marina was owned and operated for a long time by South Kingstown residents, and then in 2021 they sold it to, let's see, now Ram Point is owned by Grove Point, and so they're this big sort of multinational corporation, and on the other end now we have Stone Cove Marina. And didn't you say that was now currently owned by Blackstone?
No, that's Silver Spring.
Okay.
Correct. Yes. So Stone Cove is not owned. Stone Cove is the pink one on the right-hand side. That's owned by a local family.
Oh, okay,
That's
good.
operated by a local family. The Point Judith Yacht Club, the 210 Oyster Bar, Marina Bay is operated by Rhode Islanders. The URI Sailing Center, obviously operated by URI. And then Ram Point is operated by this company that was started in 2021, Grove Point Marinas. To the far left, on the opposite side of the Saugatucket River, all the way on the left side of the screen, that's Silver Spring. That was purchased by Safe Harbors, which was then purchased by Blackstone. Blackstone purchased all of the safe harbors throughout the country.
Okay, yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Somebody did ask me about that. So on the Ram Point Marina, do we know what the annual lease is for that? What does Grove Point pay for?
I'm going to defer to legal on whether or not that can be disclosed.
You know, I don't have that lease in front of me, but it was a lease that was negotiated. Only the council can allow the assignment of the lease to another owner. So any of our leased property cannot just be sold to someone. Silver Spring, that's different. It's not our property. It's private, so we have no control over that. But any of the other leases that we have down there, any request to assign to another company, whether it's a national company, whatever, that requires you to say yes. So back in 21, the council then did agree to the assignment. And so, and that was a long-term lease, probably has another 20 or more years to go on it. All those leases have built-in escalators in them. I could provide you with a copy of it, but that rental income is coming into the town, and whoever we assign it to is subject to the terms and conditions. But I just want to repeat, without your acquiescence, no lease can be assigned to someone else, because we, the town, own it, and that's what the lease says. It requires our permission to assign. And again, in 21, the council agreed to it. So anything that comes to you in the future, you'll weigh and decide what you want to do.
Right. I really like the idea of our waterways being owned and operated by local, smaller businesses rather than huge conglomerates. That's all.
Patty, I have the Marina Bay lease agreement, and I have the memo recommending that we assign the lease. Can I push those over, or do you?
Thank you.
All right, Mike, I got a few questions. I just want to clarify.
No, you cannot.
Sorry?
Not yet. So that's coming up at the next meeting.
What?
I'm sorry, no, she wasn't.
Marina Bay.
You're not talking about Marina Bay, you're talking about
Yeah,
Ram
she
Point.
said Marina Bay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Ram Point?
What's Marina Bay? I have both.
That's a separate one.
It's in the same email.
Yeah, so that's going to be a discussion at the next meeting.
Right, but the current lease with the current owner of that is a public document. The current lease is a public document.
But the memo is not yet.
The memo is not, okay. Yeah, gotcha, the memo is not.
Yeah, the memo's not.
Can I not forward?
Well, she should have it.
No, it's from 2021, June 14th, 2021.
Oh, so you're talking
Ram Point.
you're talking about a different one. You're not talking about Marina Bay.
She's talking about Ram Point. In 2021, Mike, am I not correct? It's Ram Point that we assigned the lease on.
In 2021, there were 2 leases with Ram Point
Yes.
that were reassigned to Grove Point Partners.
Those leases can be distributed. Yes.
Sent.
All right, Mike, I got a few follow-ups here. I just want to clarify. So there's 2 leases outstanding that Grove is the tenant of. They pay lease payments to the town to have the property rights to these docks or the riparian rights to the water, and they put the docks on them.
Correct. So currently, there are 2 separate leases.
Yep.
The lease for the main property, when it was signed, was a 30-year lease. The lease for the riparian, what we refer to as the riparian lease, the area directly adjacent to the park green space area, that was only for 5 years. When they assumed the lease, they assumed all of the details of the lease. Nothing was changed. They tried to merge this smaller section along the river. They requested of the town immediately when they purchased if they could add that to their 30-year lease and have the entire thing as a 30-year lease. That was declined. So they knew that the lease was due to expire June 30, 2026, and then they wanted to renegotiate this year, and the decision was made not to renew that lease.
And they have an option to extend it by 1 year?
I believe that is actually
Yes.
in the lease
I
section.
believe the 1-year extension is their option, so it could conceivably go 1 more year.
Do we expect that they'll exercise that option?
They've been notified that the lease was being terminated, was expiring June 30th of 26. To my knowledge, we've heard nothing back from them looking to exercise that 1-year extension.
That is correct. We have not heard back from them.
How many years are remaining on the 30-year lease?
It was signed in 21,
Goes
so,
to June 30th, 2050.
So
So that-
2050-ish?
I have lease in front of me.
I'm sorry?
2050, around then?
Yeah, it's what,
And
25,
does that
25
lease
years. There's 25
have
years.
an option to extend?
It does not, because they were granted a longer lease than historically was offered to other marinas. Generally, everybody was offered a 15-year lease with the option to extend for 5 years. On the last renegotiations, they petitioned the town to have a longer lease, and they were granted a 30-year lease.
And they have inquired about assigning the lease. We haven't taken that up yet. Is that correct?
No, what you're
Assigning the lease for Ram Point Marina has already been assigned to Grove Point Partners. They've been operating since
Sorry, let me
2021.
rephrase.
Yep.
The current tenant, Grove
Point.
Have they inquired of the town as to their ability to assign to a third party their rights under the lease, their property rights?
No, not to
They
my
have
knowledge.
not.
They-
Okay.
It's my understanding that Grove Point will continue to operate Ram Point at Marina Park, the main lease, going forward. They have a 30-year lease.
Yep.
They will, unless we've been otherwise notified,
Yep.
there's no indication that they are looking to move that lease to another entity. The only lease that is changing is that riparian lease. Those slips in that blue section is reverting back to the town next summer, July 1.
Yep. Now, last question here. Now, just your understanding of docks and marinas. After this lease expires, let's say they exercise the option, they're there for an additional year. In 2027, lease expires. Now, the tangible property that they built there, is it likely they're going to physically remove it, or it's likely that they'll leave it?
So, based on how the lease reads, any improvements to the properties are the property of the business that is leasing the property.
Yeah, I understand that, but is it likely they're going to physically remove it, or is it likely they'll leave it?
It's my understanding that they intend to remove the docks when their lease expires from the riparian lease section. I don't have that in writing. I asked the question just for future planning, and I was told that they will be removing the docks when the lease is up. Until July 1, 26 happens, we don't know.
Okay.
Right. But most likely, yes, they'll be removing them. That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
So, from the original documents from 2021, the lease amount appears to be $76,000 and change annually with a 2% escalation clause annually.
That sounds correct. Yep.
So
the
there's-
riparian lease was separate.
Yep.
I think this year is $3,500 and some odd dollars for that section of docks.
Right.
That they paid the town.
So,
Yeah, that sounds right.
so that's what I think we were
Yeah.
talking about. That amount is so small compared to 76 over here and 3,500 over there.
So that was based off of the town contracted to have a appraisal of all the property at Marina Park. And so that was based on that appraisal. The market rates were set on most of these leases came up for renegotiation within a couple of years of each other. And I believe it's 2019 that market survey was done. And the lease rates that were assigned to each one of these properties was based off of that. And so somewhere in that appraisal work, it was determined that this section, the riparian section, was valued. I think it started around $3,000 and they had the 2% escalator. It's at $3,500 now. So that's where they came. It's not, we didn't pick that out of thin air. There was somebody made that decision based on financial advice, from real estate professionals.
But that was almost, this doesn't mean to challenge you, but that was in 2019 when marinas weren't these.
We're not a hot commodity.
Yeah,
Yes.
what's that? Exactly that.
Correct.
Right? So that they're a huge investment opportunity. And I think when we had this conversation in executive session, we sort of talked about where we wanted to go in the future, and I think that's why the lease wasn't renewed, and what we saw were better options for our community in terms of coastal access and access to the docks and capitalism and many things.
So I think to your point, and I kind of ran through this quick because I know we're late in the evening, if you look at the mission statements of these strategic capital partners and of Grove Point, I just pulled these off of their website.
Right.
I didn't create this on my own. I just copied and pasted off their website.
Right.
If you read those mission statements, that speaks to your point.
Right. So I just wanted to have this conversation in the public's view so that they understood where we were headed. It's unfortunate that we couldn't do it sooner maybe, or people didn't understand, but I think two things. The master plan will be helpful, right? Because whoever is on the council can then guide where that beautiful piece of property goes and how it's utilized. And I think that's kind of where I think we felt like there was an opening to sort of reimagine or at least collectively look at it again. So the master plan is a couple years off, correct?
Well,
because it's not funded.
It's not funded. It is in the upcoming CIP that you folks are contemplating.
Right.
But there's no dollar amount assigned to it. My goal is to give you a dollar amount. We're going to have a realistic number to provide to you. How you fund that, or if you fund that, will be your folks' decision. But I want to provide you all that information so that if this is the direction that you want to go, you have realistic data in front of you.
Right.
And we're not looking at 20 years down the road if it's something that can be done sooner.
Right.
And the master plan will just be step one, and we'll have to implement the master plan, which is going to be where the real costs come into play.
Thank you.
And I think to your point, Mike, as Deb said, the rent was $3,500 for this. These slips, the riparian part of the lease, these are public resources, and we've had discussions among the council members about what our responsibility, what the town's opportunities are with public resources and maintaining control over them. To the extent that we're going to have the master plan, by not renewing the lease on the riparian part, we're giving ourselves the option to include that space for the public, for the town and the town residents. Jay mentioned the fact that this town has a long history of working boating rights. And that's essentially to keep our options open.
And then also, I just want to say for everybody listening, if you don't know what the word riparian means, I didn't. It relates to or situated on the banks of a river. So that's what riparian means, in case you didn't know.
All right.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, Jim, that concludes the town manager's report.
Yes, that's officially the longest town manager's report I have given.
Jim, did you talk about the time capsule while I was out in the hallway?
No.
Oh. Do you not want to talk about the time
All right.
capsule?
You want me
town manager's report done?
Sure. I mean, there's a time capsule at the Wakefield Elementary School, November 24th, 1975, I think, is when the first grade class put it on the ground. It's a large, from what I understand, it's a one of those cement casket liners that was used. It's large. So we're working closely with the school department co-hosting this to have an event where it's a Monday, November 24th, I believe. So we will take the time capsule out. They'll need heavy equipment to get it out, which we have, and Mike Pedraza has formed a committee, which will have representation on the town, and then we'll just keep informed on that. But that class of the first grade class has been very involved in wanting to fly up from other parts of the country to go to that.
Just noted that the town council approval of final GMP is also due on the 24th of November.
This is like a daytime
All right.
It's like
so
a
it's gonna be
daytime
a busy day.
press thing.
Okay.
Thanks, Jim.
All right. Thank you, Jim.
That's it.
It's now going to move us to item 9. We got 3 public hearings. Item A is a public hearing relative to proposed amendments to the Town Code Chapter 10, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Stopping, Standing, and Parking, Section 10-52, prohibited at any time as follows. This essentially modifies the time by which parking is allowed in front of Christ the King Church on Old Tower Hill Road. Chief Moynihan? Come on up.
Before we start, when this came up for order of notice, I filed a recusal. My wife is the pastoral associate at Christ the King Church. I'm going to abstain. I think that's more than sufficient because there's no financial interest here.
Chief, go ahead.
Good evening. So since we first posted this, and this is based off of probably 2 years of hearing feedback from residents that live adjacent to Christ the King Church, I met with Father Jared. I think we've come to somewhat of a understanding, I think, that would work for both. They're working for additional parking at the church with expanding the lot in the back. And so I think the current ordinance states that it extends the parking zone during church hours. You know, the cars are in the lane of travel. There is a safety issue that's associated with it. So I think our suggested amendment to the ordinance wouldn't be to outright restrict all parking in front of the church, but shorten it up and allow some of the parking. It would be about a 200-foot section right directly in front of the church itself on Old North Road. This would solve the problem, I think, with the residents where parking, the cars wouldn't be backed up. What's happening is the residents' driveways are being blocked. It's restricting them from getting out, or it's creating a hazard where cars are right there and they really can't see as they're pulling out of their driveway onto Old North Road. So I think if we're able to, Mike, make an amendment there instead of outright striking the wording that allows for parking during those times, we would allow for parking but restrict it down to a 200-foot area right directly in front of the church.
It's a public hearing. They can make that amendment if they desire.
All right, any questions for the chief before we open this up? All right, this is a public hearing. Anyone interested in speaking on this item specifically, I ask you to come on up. We just ask that you introduce yourself, and we'll need 5 minutes. All right, seeing none, do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Seconded. All right, we got a motion, second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the public hearing is now closed. Do I hear a motion?
Nicole's going to record me as abstaining. Thank you.
Do I hear a motion on 9A?
So moved.
As
Chief
amended.
is recommending an amendment, right? Do you want to restate the amendment so we make sure Nicole has it and they know?
Sure. Nicole, are you able to read what the statute says now? I think we...
Yeah, with the cross-through.
Yeah, so instead of the cross-through, what we'd say is allowing parking 200 feet north of Fortin Road for a period of 200 feet, 200 feet going north, all right?
So we're going to allow parking up to 200 feet north of Fortin Road.
Yep.
And
For
we're
a
gonna
period of 200, for another 200 feet.
And we're going to leave in all of the crossed-out language that says except between the hours of 5 p.m., Saturdays, and continue.
No, you're going to leave that in, so we'll still have the restrictions between that time. We're just shortening the area.
Gotcha.
All right, Mike Ursillo, can you please review with us the details of that amendment so we are fully understanding what we're voting on?
Yeah.
Right. So you're going to you see in the public hearing advertisement stricken language that begins except between and ends with 0.2 of a mile.
Mm-hmm.
That's all going to remain. It's not going to be stricken anymore. It's going to stay there.
It's not going to be stricken.
Correct.
Okay.
It's gonna, but Chief, you suggesting after it says 0.8 of a mile, we are going to extend the no parking zone for an additional 200 feet from Fortin Road.
Correct. There'll be restrictions as stated there, but it will go from 200 feet north of Fortin Road for a period of another 200 feet will be allowed.
Oh.
And so now I'm confused. So we're talking about Old North Kingstown Road, the westerly side. There's no parking. There's a tow zone there.
Correct.
You want to extend the no parking area to an additional 200 feet north of Fortin Road where it intersects?
There's currently right now it's no parking at all times, except for the hours during, as stated within the statute, within the hours of church. I think it's 4 o'clock on Saturday, extending to.
It's 5 o'clock on Saturdays.
But that area that we're going to allow parking.
You're going to allow parking.
Would be 200 feet north of Fortin Road.
And extend for 200 feet.
And exactly, and extend for 200 feet.
Did you get that, Mike?
So right now, that period that we're allowing is much larger than that area. Because I think it states from Fortin Road all the way to maybe Carriage.
Okay, I have a suggestion here, and I don't like to do this, but we're going to need to work out this language because I'm not sure we're going to work this out. We're going to wordsmith it tonight.
Okay.
Motion to table item 9A.
Well, not table because it's a
Continue.
public hearing which you've closed, which is fine. We'll keep the public hearing closed. Let's continue the public hearing to the 22nd of September, at which time we'll have in front of you, I'll work with the chief and we'll get this language exact because it's still not clear in my mind.
No issue with how this has been advertised?
No, it's been advertised for tonight. You've opened it up to the public. You've closed the hearing. You're simply going to continue it for purposes of a vote to September 22nd. No issues whatsoever.
No issue in adding additional language that has been advertised?
You can add additional language or strike language at a public hearing.
All right. Motion to continue?
Motion to continue item 9A.
We got a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes 4-0 with
And
no
I'll work
abstention.
with the
This motion
chief
is
and we'll get the
continued.
language to you.
All right.
Great, thank you.
All right, we're going to jump now to item 9C. I think we can move through that one a little quicker than 9B. That's a public hearing relative to proposed amendments to the town zoning ordinance, Article 5, supplementary regulations, Section 502.7, cottage community, as shown on Exhibit 2 attached here too. Jamie Rabbit, come on up.
Thank you, President McEntee. The council members should be in possession of a memo that was written to the town manager dated July 21st, 2025, associated with the cottage community regulations. That initial memo was associated with the order of notice. Just as a little bit of background, in 2019 through 2020, the town retained the services of Horsley Witten to work on proposed amendments to the zoning regulations associated with the terminology of missing middle. Missing middle housing terminology basically is the types of housing somewhere between single-family housing and large apartments. Within those categories are duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, mansion homes, stacks, flats, and small apartments. One of the categories within that is also cottage communities. Horsley Witten recommended to the planning board, which the planning board went along with, to make amendments to the zoning regulations to allow what is called or referred to as cottage communities. These are smaller story-and-a-half homes on smaller parcels at a density of 8 units per acre. This was originally adopted in 2022, sunsetted in was set to sunset in 2023. In 2023, extended for another 2 years with an automatic sunset provision, which was March of 2025. The planning board, in hindsight, would like to remove the automatic sunset provision and have the town council re-adopt the regulations associated with section, just get the right section, 502.7 associated with cottage communities.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Any questions for Jamie? Good.
This was adopted originally in
2021.
That's what I thought.
Sorry, 2022 sunset in 2023 with a readoption of 2 years, which sunset in 2025. So it's been 3 years.
Right. The final sunset was March 31, 2025.
Correct.
In the 4 years that it was active, how many developers took advantage of this?
We didn't have any developers who undertook it. They were concerned about the ultimate provisions and time frame associated with the development, but we have, as a planning department, been able to utilize it in discussions with developers to help, I don't want to use the term steer or influence, but
Guide.
make alternative suggestions to traditional housing styles and design, referring to the cottage regulations. We've also had discussions with a number of developers who are contemplating comprehensive permits and using the cottage regulations as their baseline for any comprehensive permit to move forward. So again, may not meet the intent of the exact cottage regulations, could be 10 units per acre versus 8, but they would be adhering to the standards and principles contained within that regulations. As your planning director, I stand before you saying that it is a good regulation to have for the community, even if it hasn't been utilized. That's just a developer's choice. It doesn't mean it is a non-functioning regulation. We haven't had the right developer on the right property yet.
I feel like
That's one
Oliver
possibility.
Watson could conceivably be a really great spot for a cottage community. I wonder, one of the things is, I don't know if Oliver Watson, is that on septic or?
No.
Oliver Watson is
Private
not.
water.
So
It's
again,
not.
contained in the regulations is a provision that this is applicable to the R10 and R20 zone and sewer. So to my point, Councilwoman Alley, having this regulation in place, if someone were to do a comprehensive permit on Oliver Watson, you would still have that as a representative regulation of the type and style of development you would like to occur there, even if someone utilized a comprehensive permit process.
So back sort of on that same point, I noticed that it has to be 900 square feet for the first floor. So someplace like that would be more geared towards older people, so they might not want a second floor. Is there any possibility of increasing that floor, that size to sort of match what the regulation is on ADUs, which I think is now like 1,200 square feet, or?
I want to say two different types and styles of architecture you're trying to achieve through the cottage regulations. You're looking for a smaller 1.5-story unit with that 900 square foot provision on the first floor. In all likelihood, you would have 400 to 600 square feet on the second floor, pushing you into that 1,600 range. And again, they're typically story-and-a-half units. You're not looking at the cottage style regulations to be a number of ranches side by side within a development. You're going for specific architectural look and appearance, and also placemaking with regards to public spaces and private spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Again, a comp permit would not prevent someone from doing something slightly different than the regulations, but it's a guide.
Jamie, could you give an example or a couple examples of cottage housing in South Kingstown?
Of a cottage style?
Yeah.
Probably 30 to 40% of the homes on High Street. If you
So-
walk down High Street and looked at the gable end roofs, which have smaller, maybe 24 by 30 deep, 700 square foot first floor, they may have been added on to, and then someone's utilized the gable for a second floor, half story. But a lot of the homes that you see on High Street are cottage-like in appearance. I do have slides if the council wants me to put them up.
If you
Thanks, Jamie.
if you travel through the Peacedale Rotary, you know, if you're heading up towards like Tilecraft and then going up 108, there's cute little houses right there on that wall. They're just cute little capey looking.
Councilwoman Bergner's point, as you head north on 108, just before you come around the bend where the pizza restaurant is and you come to the multi-purpose trail, there's 3 inline cottage homes.
Right.
that
Yeah, one of them is
just
Chris
right
Sullivan's
there.
house. That's where she lives.
So, for the background of the cottage zoning regulations, I think, you know, now we have these new land use regs that were passed last session, which really sort of catapulted change really quickly. But when these were created and when we were adopting them, I think there was some concerns that maybe it was going to quickly change the density. So we wanted that sunset to sort of trigger it to come back to the council so that we could make adjustments and we wouldn't have our lovely friends over there in Oak Street going, how did this happen, right? So that's why we had that initial sunset, so that it would force it to come back to the council to extend it. And we did extend it because, like you said, Mike, no one's really used it, right? And so even now, I don't even think, I think of one, but maybe it technically isn't a cottage community that's being built right now. But then it sunsetted, and I honestly, I just think in the scheme of things, it just got missed, because it probably should have come back to us and just got extended another 2 years. I feel we should either, I kind of think we should sunset it in some ways, because we don't know what the land use regs, tweaks, changes, those implications are going to create a ton of density that we're seeing happen over here at Oak Street, right? Whether we want it or not, that's the fear, what our town will look like. And so that's why I'm happy to put it back in place, but I also think it'd be thoughtful and wise to come back at it in 2 years. That's me.
I agree, and that's part of the reason I asked the question, because 4 years is probably not enough time, especially given what we've all gone through in the last 4 years, to see if developers will pick this up or not, but also given the uncertainty that we have with our rights versus state rights over development in our town, I think putting some kind of a cap on it to come back to the council makes sense.
Thank you.
All right, so this is a public hearing. So anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item specifically, I invite you to come on up. As with any public hearing, we're going to ask you to introduce yourself. We're going to limit you to 5 minutes. So anyone out there wishes to speak on this, come on up.
Hi, Susan Kimmerline. I live actually in a cottage house on Oak Street. And right now it is next door to, as you know, not cottages. I'm not an expert on housing. I'm not an expert on all the policies. But what I do see, and what I try to do at meetings like this, is connect the dots. And I feel like one question I have is on the Champagne Heights and in the property next door to me now, and maybe these cottage-style homes, how many of them are anticipated to be rented versus owned? I think back to post-World War I, World War II, when cute little capes popped up all over Warwick and Cranston for people to buy and live in and raise their families and build equity so that they can get a foothold. And I just don't see much of that happening in our community. I think it's becoming a place where only people with uber amounts of wealth can afford to buy land and build. And I don't know what it takes to get articulation between towns and the state where we know there's a housing issue. And affordable housing is just defined as giving X amount of your income to your living needs. But if you are a person, I'm almost 60, I have 4 adult children. 2 of them are fortunate enough to own their own properties right now. My other 2, who are 27 and 24, don't think that's ever going to happen for them. And if you look at the rents that some people are paying, they're in the $2,000 to $3,000. That's like twice of what my mortgage is, 3 times in some cases. And I just think we need to, you know, be mindful of, if we want to have a town where we're going to have people enjoying these parks with their children and playing on these playgrounds with their children, we need to make it possible for them to have a place to build an equity. I mean, we all know that, okay, if you own a home, and I'm privileged to be able to own a home, by the time you're dead and buried, you've paid for that home 3 times, because, you know, you refinance and you consolidate, and it's not easy, but it's better than paying rent for your entire life and you have nothing to show for your investment in a community. And again, I don't know what it takes between the state's rules and regulations and the locals and what they do, but if things are being presented and passed in the name of affordable housing, and it basically is just opening the doors for, you know, rent mania, I don't think it's helping anybody. In the case of the Oak Street situation, it was partly a collision of maybe loopholes in our town ordinances and changes at the state level, and an unethical builder and real estate agent who took advantage of an elderly woman's estate and misled them. They weren't required to say what they were going to build on that Oak Street parcel, but they led them to believe they were going to upgrade the existing cape, and on the other half acre, build a single family home. The Holly family would never have sold to them had they told them the truth. They weren't obligated to tell them anything, but they lied to them. And that's why that situation came about. Almost as soon as the closing happened, they shaved the Cape lot down to 1/4 acre and got ready building those 2 duplexes, which we haven't seen who is going to be living in them, but it certainly seemed that everyone understood it was going to be college students, 20 of them, and we've been through all of the mess that that creates. But, you know, if we want to just have our lovely marinas owned by these mega hedge fund owners and making the bucks on our precious, beautiful little town, and we want to just have, I don't know what percentage of the properties in town just feeding like a cash cow the pockets of people who can afford to keep buying and building and buying and building and rent. You're not going to have little families living in this town anymore. You're going to have people who are wealthy, people who own their big boats, and people who have their beautifully landscaped lawns that they put 80 gallons of water on every night. And honestly, I think that's pretty sad.
I agree.
Thank you.
I ditto just about everything she said, basically. And I don't see the answers. I think about it a lot. I don't know what the answer is. But I told you already that this, I couldn't afford to live here. I've worked I had a business for 43 years. If I had to rebuy and I had to move in here now, wouldn't happen. So I don't know what, I'm saying, it's a terrible situation. But we are not getting out of it. I don't see how it can be done. But my only suggestion to the town council is preserve every bit of town property you can.
Thank you.
Just make sure they're on the topic.
Yep. All right, just to remind everyone, this is specific to the cottage zoning ordinance that is under consideration. So if you're going to speak, we ask that you speak specific to that.
Good evening. I'm Jean Bowen. And yes, I do live on Oak Street, but I understood that the Holly Street building was going to use the Cottage approach, and that hasn't happened. They are duplexes, but I recall seeing the photographs and the plan for Cottage housing. I'm not opposed to that. I think there's a lot of possibilities for people with disabilities and elders, as long as there's one level. But, you know, the overriding issue tonight for me and others is the density issue in South Kingstown. You can't, there's not enough room. There really isn't. We are so crowded on Oak Street, Holly Street, Magnolia. It's unbelievable. I've been working to understand the zoning and the new legislation with the Housing Network of Rhode Island, and trying very hard to be patient about how this is going to proceed. But I think you all have a lot of authority and potential to slow things down and to take a look at what we want in this town. And it's not overbuilding. Overbuilding may be a big mistake. That's all.
So, just a quick question. Do you agree that if we were to extend this, it makes sense to sunset it so that we make sure that it's not overbuilding? I mean, I can't read where you stand on the ordinance.
The ordinance, just restate.
The cottage community ordinance. Do you think it's a good ordinance that we should just keep sunset in 2 years? That way it...
Yes.
Yes.
Keep it around. So
but then sunset, re-look at it in 2 years?
Yes.
Don't just...
Yes.
Don't pass it into perpetuity, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I think it's surprising that there hasn't been a developer interested in doing that before all these other buildings are occurring on Holly Street in particular.
Okay.
Keep it as an option.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else on that?
Anyone else in the audience wish to speak on the cottage zoning ordinance? All right, Jamie, what do we got?
Just as a follow-up to the comments, the planning board is making a recommendation, which they haven't done in the past, and that is to remove the sunset provision. And they're taking that under consideration by the fact that the development community has been concerned that a regulation was passed first with a 1-year time frame. One of the developers stated there appeared to be a lack of commitment that the town was really in favor of this. So I'm not going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars going through a permitting process that the town only had faith for 1 year when you developed what appears to be a good regulation. The second adoption moved it from a 1-year sunset provision to a 2-year sunset provision. We still got feedback from the development community of their concerns about the support for the actual regulation and their ability for the planning board to approve a project when it meets the regulations, when it faces neighborhood resistance, even though it is code compliant. So again, you have a regulation coming back before you that the planning board is recommending that you do not put a sunset provision within the regulation, that they feel it is a good regulation that has been, although not utilized from the permitting perspective, utilized by the development community to modify their projects to be in, we'll say, somewhat compliance with the intent of the cottage regulations. Part of that is also seen in your development scenarios for Oliver Watson, South Road School, and the Wakefield School, because you have this had this regulations in place and you had it there for at least 2 years. One of the things we constantly get from the development community is when they apply, they would like to know there's some certainty in the permitting process, that when I meet the regulations that in all likelihood should, and in fact they believe are entitled to getting their permits, regardless of the neighborhood opposition. If you write a good regulation, and I think where communities have failed in regulations like this, they have adopted the regulatory dimensional requirements. And when they just do the dimensional requirements, you leave a lot up into interpretation with regards to what the project is going to look like. I've experienced that as a planner over the past 37 years, not as the sitting planner, but as the consulting planner watching bad happen. And that's why this regulation goes one step further and provides the design guidelines of what the homes should look like and how they should sit on the property and how that development will appear. So you know a little bit more about what this will look like when it gets built. May it be slightly denser than a community or a group of homes that surround it? That's possible. But we know what the density will be at a maximum, and we know what the housing types and architecture for those housing types were. Again, the planning board is recommending not to sunset the provision. From my perspective, if it becomes a bad regulation, you shouldn't wait 2 years. You should either modify it or remove it. I'm not sure what 2 years does. And again, my experience as a planner is the sunset provision is new to me, new in the last 5 years, because in the prior 32 years of being a practicing planner, I never had a regulation that I was involved in or aware of that had a sunset provision. And that's working in 3 states.
Jamie, I don't understand why a developer would care whether it was sunsetting in the future or not. If he owns a piece of property, he comes in, the regulations in force, and he applies for a permit, that's locked in. He doesn't lose anything if during the development of the project, the provision sunsets or the council changes the ordinance.
But I'm agreeing, but I'm going to add something to that, Mike. Developers in Rhode Island have this process. It's pre-application, master plan, preliminary, and final. It can be anywhere from a 12 to 24 month process. They're looking for certainty. They're not looking for having a pre-app and then applying for a master plan and then finding out. Sometimes they'll sit on that master plan for a year and then the regulation is sunset. And then the first thing the neighbors say is the regulation doesn't exist anymore. The council removed it, because the council may remove it because they don't like the development that's already in the queue. So again, I'm just giving you my experience. I'm not disagreeing. Please, I don't have the appearance that I'm disagreeing with Councilman Marin.
You're perfectly free to disagree with me or anybody else. But now the question goes to Mike. When do property interests attach if there's a pre-application process and a master or comprehensive plan?
Pre-application, they wouldn't be vested, but if they had master plan approval, they'd be vested. So again, you could have the scenario where they get approved in 2026 with a master plan. They sit on that master plan for a year. In 2027, you decide not to renew the regulation, and after that, they come back in for preliminary. They're vested. They'd still be adhering to the old process. But the community surrounding the development, in my experience, the first thing they would say is, how can you approve this? The town council sunset the reg and didn't re-adopt it. So again, a lot of the development community is concerned about certainty in the process.
Right, but I would say that I would care about the community that's here, and so you have this, Oak Street was a 1 acre parcel with the house on it, right? So, I don't know, hypothetically, according to the Cottage community or regulations, they could have 8 single little family houses. I don't know what would be more palatable, I don't know. But I think the reason why you sunset it is because we are a town that is in a very interesting place developmentally. And I think people talk about it all the time. We heard it from Mrs. Kimmerline, who said, we're sought after for the beach, for the college town. It's like a confluence of lots of things. And the little guy that lives here, which is us, watches it all happen, and we're not nimble enough to stop it or slow it down. So to me, I hear what you're saying, that it's good for the developer because they know with confidence it's going to exist when they build their project, but I'm like, but I want to live in a community that I want to help keep the community the way the community wants it to be. So to me, I could argue back and say, this is the way that we stay on track with what residents want, that it doesn't explode and have every acre, because there's probably an acre of a house that we just knock that house down and build 8 little cottages, and people are going to be like, what do I live next to? Right? I live on an acre of land, but I don't live where sewers are, so it can't happen. But other places in town, it could look like that. So, I don't know. I'm for sunsetting it, and some other council can figure it out, but if they don't want it. But to me, I don't want I don't want to chase the runaway car. I want to have a way to come back to the car and make sure it works for the people that live here.
And from my perspective, I'm comfortable however you adopt, with or without a sunset.
I think it's important to sort of learn from the experience of the ordinance in place. So it was enacted what year, 2021?
Excuse me, say that again, Rory.
The cottage zoning ordinance, it was enacted what year, 2021?
2022.
Okay.
It was a 1 year.
It was a 1 year sunset.
And then it went to a 2 year sunset.
And then it went to a 2 year sunset?
Because we thought people would be clamoring for that idea, and no one came
There
forward.
were 2 developers who were going to initiate it, but they weren't confident in the outcome of the permitting process, given the neighborhood opposition of their pre-applications.
Well,
so our experience with it tells us that if there's a sunset in place, no one's going to take advantage of it. So it sounds like to me, if we want the cottage zoning to have any meaning, like we put it in place because we wanted to allow for higher density housing in certain areas of town that this zoning ordinance would apply to. Obviously, some state housing laws have changed since then, which is important to consider. But experience tells us as long as there's a sunset on this ordinance, there's going to be no one taking advantage of the ordinance and building pursuant to the provisions under it. So, I mean, one perspective is if you put the sunset on there, it may ensure no development is going to be had in town pursuant to the cottage zoning ordinance. I think that's reasonable to infer based on our experience with this ordinance. What do you think, Jamie? Is that right?
That's one perspective. I don't, only history will tell us whether that's right or wrong. But again, I know the development community is looking for certainty and looking for a community who has said, this is a regulation we've adopted because this is the style of development we want to see. Not it's the style of development we may or may not want to see, depending on what the outcome of the first 1 or 2 applications are.
Right. But
given what we're seeing now,
I do understand
we may not have people who I don't know who lives next to a 1 acre of land on sewer, but if you imagine 8 little cottages on 1 acre right next to you, I don't think we're going to have a lot of people
it seems like
vibrating.
But people, I mean, right now, anything under 10 units is a minor development and doesn't need approval. So if you have a 1 acre property.
No. Yeah, if I may
minor
speak to
subdivision.
that.
Minor subdivision of cottage.
May I speak to that?
Okay, sure.
So the change in the legislation you're discussing is for subdivision. The cottage regulations do not divide the land into lots, so it would be a 1, 2, 3 acre parcel that is owned in common ownership, that there are a number of units within the property. They're not subdivided into smaller things, so there's only a minimum lot size for the parcel being developed. It doesn't get divided into little 5,000 square foot lots. So you wouldn't, that concern about someone will just subdivide these and it won't go before anyone is not a concern as it relates to cottage development.
All right, I don't think we're ready to vote on this. Public hearing's still open. Mike, we could continue this to the next meeting?
Yep, you can, I don't know whether or not there's more.
Do you want to speak on?
This is specific to the cottage zoning ordinance? All right, come on up.
Because we might.
Susan Driscoll, I live on Oak Street, and I just wanted to ask a follow-up question about
so if it's not subdivided, then that means that people would not own their houses, is that right? Yeah, so,
They like own them in a community?
yeah, so it sounds like there would be no path for anyone to own any of that property. So to me, it speaks a little bit to the idea of the tensions between owning and renting. And I think, I looked back at it's, a letter that you wrote several years ago about developing affordable housing, and I'm not sure that this model would necessarily get us there, except that they're smaller units, so we think it would be maybe a smaller price tag, but yeah, I'm concerned about the idea that this cottage community model would be open to all R10 and all R20 zoning districts throughout South Kingston, and then people would be able to build these by right.
Right.
And they wouldn't necessarily need to notify anyone that they were going to be doing it, because the same situation as Oak Street. They did that by right, so they had no obligation to inform abutters of what they were building, and indeed they didn't until the day, 2 days before it was built. So that's another bit of a concern. So if this cottage community is open up to all R10 and all R20, then they can just do it by right, and abutters wouldn't necessarily be informed or have any recourse.
Jamie, can you clarify some of that?
Yeah, again, there are changes to the legislation, so I can understand how there may be some confusion. This is not a permitting process or regulatory development choice that is a permitted use as of right. It is a different alternative to a standard development that a developer could choose, who has to go through the permitting process with the planning board, which requires notice and not just an administrative approval by the administrative director, who is the planning director. So again, this is a permitting process. It's an alternative to a traditional development pattern. From my perspective, again, if you're concerned with the regulation, you may want to table it. But if you're okay with the regulation and your only hesitation is whether it should be sunsetted or not, my recommendation would be it's a good recommendation. And if you're just concerned about the sunset, adopt it with a 2-year sunset provision, because it's still a good regulation. If that's your only hesitation, I wouldn't tell you not to adopt it because you're debating the sunset provision. I'm telling you this evening, standing before you, that if your concern is the sunset provision, I'm okay with you adopting it. And I realize you don't need me to be okay for your adoption of the 2-year sunset provision. But again, I think it's a good regulation. It's been worked on by multiple people. We've been close with a couple developers utilizing it. We've also gotten a couple other developers to incorporate some of the concepts of the cottage development into their development proposals, some that you'll see hopefully in the next year or two also. So again, if your only hesitation is the 2-year sunset provision, then my recommendation would be to adopt it with the 2-year sunset.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Do I hear a motion to continue after 11?
Second, or so moved.
Second. We got a motion, second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak on the cottage zoning ordinance? All right, seeing none, do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
You have a motion, second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the public hearing is now closed. Do I hear a motion to continue this?
Motion to continue this for further consideration by the council. I don't know that.
We just need a date certain, so specifically to continue to September 22nd meeting.
Fine.
Second. All right, we got a motion, second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, this item is continued to the second meeting in September. It's going to move us now to item 9B, public hearing relative to proposed amendments to the town zoning ordinance, Article 5.5, rental dwellings, as shown in Exhibit 1 attached here 2. Mike Ursillo, go ahead.
Yeah, we could do this very, very quickly, or we can continue it. Jim is very concerned that you must get to the new business items. So
Let's continue it.
Well, I mean,
It's too.
should we
it's-
ask for
Oh
people
my
who are
God,
here?
there are people here who have waited all night, so we gotta open the hearing and take some people.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, this one is concerning the rental registration. So anyone in the audience who showed up specifically for this and wishes to speak?
Right, if I could just say something first. The planning board made 3 recommendations to you. I put on the desk in front of you this evening the changes that, they're in blue. There should be a memo in front of you, and if you don't have it, I have more here.
I do not have a memo.
I did put it in front of you, but here you go, here's another one.
I also want to say for the record, I'm glad we're opening the hearing because people waited, but I will be later voting on to continue this matter.
All right, so the planning board had 3 thoughts. Number 1, they wanted to clarify the language, the time period associated with the dates for filing. If you look at 552C, we clarified it's between November 30th and December 31, and if someone files at any other time during that 1-month period, they will be in compliance for the rest of the year. So if they apply in March, say, it'll go to December 30th. So I think we've addressed easily that issue. Number 2, they had a problem with the landlord having to post all those ordinances in the actual unit. There is no need under this rental registration ordinance for all that information to be posted. So we're suggesting we just strike it all. That's why section 553 is all stricken. If at some future point you have other regulations involving rental units, we could resurrect that, but we don't need it for registration purposes. And the third thing they recommended is that you reconsider the $100 fee, but that's up to the town manager to make comments and you to decide.
All right, thank you, Mike. Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone interested in speaking on this, I invite you to just come on up. We ask that you introduce yourself. We're going to limit you to 5 minutes.
What was your question?
He said his question was answered by the changes that I've recommended to you.
The
What was the question?
Oh, yeah.
Sir, the microphone's still not on. I'm so sorry.
Erased.
I know, I'm sorry.
I don't, on the $100 fee, all you're doing is adding $10 to everyone's rent.
Yep.
And also, you have to register with the state, so if you go to the state site, any dwelling unit is registered with the state, all the information that you're asking is there. What's the purpose? I don't understand the purpose.
The information that we've gotten in previous hearings is that the state's rental registry, 1, is not well done, and 2, not enforced, and 3, doesn't provide us good data. That's what we were told.
I won't disagree with that. Well, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Brian DeCruz.
Welcome home.
Yeah, thank you. I waited a long time. My dogs are probably really upset with me right now, but this is really important, so I decided to stay. If you don't mind, there was someone else in the audience who had to leave, who was a very important person in terms of representation of home ownership in Rhode Island, and I just wanted to read a quick 40-second thing that they left. Sure. If that's okay?
Mike, is that allowed?
Okay.
All right.
All right,
Brian.
Take my glasses off so I can see. All right. So, good evening, President McEntee and members of the council. My name is Linda Arcoette, CEO of the Kent Washington Association of Realtors. I'm here on behalf of our association to respectively oppose the proposed zoning amendment requiring all rental dwellings in South Kingstown to register and pay an annual fee of $100. Rhode Island already maintains a statewide rental registry. Adding a local registry would create unnecessary duplication, confusion, and cost. In addition, the proposed ordinance includes a $300 late fee for missed registration deadlines. That's at the state level, by the way. This significant penalty further increases the financial burden on property owners and ultimately renters. Such fees do not address the underlying goal of housing compliance and only serve to make housing less affordable in our community. We encourage the town to rely on existing state framework rather than imposing redundant requirements that penalize both property owners and tenants. Thank you for your time and consideration. Those were her words. So I just wanted to share my quick comments, if that's okay. And I'll make it really quick, if I can pull up my notes real quick. You know, one of the things that immediately came to mind for me is when I see people asking to create a registry, is why don't you just register all properties in the town? You know, have everyone register. I don't think that would be kind of a good idea, in my opinion, and I think people would be kind of opposed to providing information like their phone numbers, other information. So that's one. Two, which was already mentioned, we already have a statewide rental registry in Rhode Island. We should visit that and see what the information is in there. When I looked at it, there's over 20,000 properties that are currently registered with the state, and the mapping is quite interactive. You can search by different means. Of course, I only did it on my phone, so I wasn't in front of a computer where you could probably filter easier than I could on my iPhone. The other point, number three, if we are looking to figure out what a homestead exemption would look like in South Kingstown, there are easier ways to do so, in my opinion. Four, I would have serious concerns in regards to privacy and safety of property owners in our town. Personally, if I own a property, and I opposed this at the state level as well when they did it, there's a lot of information that people can access and then contact people. Now you know who owns the properties. Now granted, properties can be owned in different ways in terms of like LLCs and things like that, but there are definitely ways to get information if you needed to find out who owned a particular property. Number five, real quick, I only have two more. Not everyone that owns a property that rents it out makes a profit. People rent properties for many other reasons, so I'd keep that in mind. Let's see. The other, number six, some folks may only rent out their properties temporarily for a variety of reasons. Maybe they're taking a job temporarily for a year somewhere. Maybe they're deployed. So also keep that in mind. The other thing, number seven, and my last point, every property is in the tax assessor database, has the owner of record for all properties, including their mailing address if it's different than the property of record. And that's all I have to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak on this? Come on up.
Thank you. Again, Susan Driscoll, and I do live right next door to the Oak Street development, and so as we all know, there's 20 bedrooms in those two duplexes, and if they are rented to students, I myself was a student, and I know we tried to fit as many people as we could into our rental space in order to get costs down. So we're concerned that 20 people becomes 30 people. So I like the idea of having a posting so that the students know that when they move in, that there are a maximum number of people that are allowed to live in that unit, because they're not going to know. They probably won't know that. That there are other ordinances that they're expected to follow in terms of leash laws and trash disposals and parking restrictions and unruly gatherings and all these things. And I think it's great to have them as the people who are going to be in there to know when they move in what their expectations are. And so I'm in favor of having a posted. If that's, you know, if not posted, then at least a requirement that it would be delivered as part of their lease or something, because I think it's very important that, in this case, the obvious fear that we have, that 20 people becomes 30 people, becomes 35 people, because, you know, that's kind of what students do, because they want to, you know, they're living there for a short period of time and want to decrease their rents, at least in my experience. That's what happens. So I would be in favor of posting.
Thank you.
Can I say something to that? Oh, you're going to come up.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kyle Sahanowitz. I'm a local housing provider here in South Kingstown. I live locally in Narragansett. I went to Bryant, and my family and I live in Narragansett, and we provide a lot of housing opportunities in the town of South Kingstown, and I'm strictly against the registration ordinance in its entirety, actually. I think what the people in front of me fail to realize is trickle-down economics. It's fairly simple to understand that when expenses rise, they're clearly passed along to residents in the community. People that voted for you, people that voted for your neighbors, people that voted for your friends, okay? We've got residents in this community that are having trouble making ends meet. I provide housing for year-round individuals that work in town, that shop in town, and that vote. And it's unfortunate that many of them are not here tonight to speak on my behalf and to actually discuss what we're talking about right now. But these additional costs are going to be passed on directly to them in their entirety. The tenants are aware, tenants are realizing that things are continuing to be very expensive. It's very expensive to obviously own in South Kingstown. It's also expensive to rent. Our average tenant makes about $65,000 a year. The reason I know that is because we have data. Michael, you're representing the fact that you're interested in gathering data, it seems, on either landlords, residents, students. I'm not really sure what you're looking for. But the majority of the information is actually publicly available, as you know. I think it's a reasonable argument to assume that if there is a 4-unit building in the town of South Kingstown, one would estimate that it's highly likely that those units are not rented and not just being used by family members. That's data that's available, that everyone is fully aware of, that everyone has access to, and if there's anything above and beyond that, I'm not sure that really falls within the purview of the town council to know really much about the residents. It kind of questions me where the town council actually garners the authority to enact such a fee as well. Property ownership comes with inherent rights. I think we can all agree. I have the ability to rent my home. I have the ability to use my home. I can have a pet. I can keep a vehicle on my property. I may encumber it. I may use that property as long as I own the property. And when you start to take those rights away from homeowners and you start to violate the inherent issues of privacy, that really becomes problematic. To enact a $100 fee, that's just the start. We all know that. $100 per year doesn't sound like much, but when that's compounded year after year, it's going to be passed along directly to the residents, either through a supplemental fee, either through an application process, or just through additional rental fees on a monthly basis. And you guys are sitting there, priding yourselves on being interested in affordable housing. I have a building that I'm going to be constructing that's going through planning right now that has an affordable housing component. And to be perfectly honest, the difficulty in going through that entire process is frustrating. And I can build 5 units by right with an ADU, and to be honest with you, it's the path of least resistance and the direction that I'm most likely going to head. Not to mention the fact that it will save me an extra $200 a year. So how you look at that really should go into your decision making. You need to hear from your residents. Rory, I reached out to you a couple times. I was positive that I would hear back from you, and I'll be honest with you, I was very disappointed that you didn't have the time to reach back out to me. I did reach out twice, provided my cell phone number. I'm very available. It would have been nice to have some dialogue back and forth, so I'm disappointed there. But as far as the fee is concerned, feel free to collect your data publicly. We do not want to burden our tenants any further than they are. Many of my rents that I charge our residents actually fall within affordable guidelines. I do that because we have a lot of long-term residents. We have people that we have excellent relationships with, and we pride ourselves on maintaining good, well-run, perfectly managed and maintained properties. So in order for that to continue, the money's not coming out of my pocket, I can assure you. It's going to come out of the pockets of the people that may or may not be voting for you during the next election. So please keep that in mind, and I think that you should give some strong consideration to squashing this entire idea. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the audience wish to speak on this?
I know this isn't directly related to the rental registration fee, but I just feel like it's fair to represent the other perspective where we've heard reference to developers and not wanting to inconvenience them or have them feel like there's a certain amount of uncertainty, and the gentleman who just spoke doesn't seem to even consider the possibility of handling that registration fee himself. I know in the development right next door to me, in an explanation to some of our concerns, Mr. Nick Hayes explained, well, I had to go with 5 units because otherwise it wasn't going to be profitable enough. And it's like, okay, well, if you're going to be unethical and obtain under false pretenses this property and then turn around and rent it to the point that, you know, it makes the most financial sense for you, but you really couldn't care less about how it fits into the neighborhood. I also would say, what about a person like myself who bought this property in 1990 and maybe had some expectation that this one major investment that I have that is the only source of equity and financial footing that I have is going to maybe be undermined because now there may be 20 college kids living there and then who knows how many summer rentals. I don't know. I want to give whoever ends up living there every opportunity to be a good neighbor, as I would certainly be a good neighbor. But I think it's fair to say people who have been living here since 1990 also ought to be considered, not just these developers coming in to get whatever money they can out of every square inch of what they bought, which is a legitimate concern, or people who just buy multiple properties to rent and maybe they provide wonderful places, but why not turn around and sell it to a family who would like to own and establish some equity and some financial footing? So I just feel like that piece and that perspective needs to be heard.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else in the audience wish to speak on this potential ordinance?
Can I say one more thing?
We're going to continue it, Brian.
What? Oh. Oh.
All right.
So we're not going to close the public?
The question is whether or not you want to continue to have public hearing at the next meeting, or if you're going to close it this evening and just make a decision.
I prefer to have a hearing next meeting as well.
Agreed. We'd like to continue it, the hearing.
Okay.
So it's 11:20, he's waited 4 hours. Let him add his 2 minutes so that he doesn't have to come back in 2 weeks necessarily and wait another 5 hours to give 2 minutes worth of addendum.
Right. You all set, Brian?
I'll take 30 seconds, I just want to say one thing.
The 30 seconds I just wanted to say is that unfortunately we live in a country where there's a lot of economic forces in play, there's macro and micro stuff going on here. So in terms of affordability, the market drives. In what I didn't mention earlier, I was the 2023 president of the Rhode Island Association of Realtors, and I've been in the real estate business for more than 20 years. There are definitely things, and you're talking to someone that was on the board of Habitat for Humanity for 8 years as well. So I'm all about making sure that we all have places to live. But there are certain things that are out of my control in terms of economic forces, and I feel bad for people. At the same time, though, it comes down to economics and interest rates and things like that. And there are things that we can do, but I think a lot of those things are going to be done at the federal and state level. It's really hard at the local level to control that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right. This is specific to rental registration ordinance?
No, I just have one question I want to ask Patty. We were going to discuss tonight to do with the egress and everything on Oak Street.
Yeah, that has yet to come up, but it will come up.
I know, but I'm saying, when will that be discussed? A next meeting? I mean, we've been here 4.5 hours waiting for this.
I've already arrange so that once we finish the public hearing and we get to new business, that you guys will be moved up. So basically, we're just waiting for,
So you're going to do it tonight?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all
it
right.
should be
I thought we were
next.
closing everything now. So
No,
We're just talking
continuing the
about the
public
public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we should continue this public hearing, but I would like it to go after we have a conversation about the homestead exemption, because.
It's all related.
Correct, and I think
All
that.
right, yeah, we can create that as part of our introduction before we open it up for the public hearing at the next meeting. So when we give a briefing as to what the potential rental registration entails, we'll also discuss how that relates to a potential homestead exemption.
Well, we haven't had that meeting, it's October 21st.
Oh, you want to continue the rental potential adoption of the ordinance until after October 21?
Well, we haven't even talked about, we've gotten emails from people, I mean, that man, he owns several rentals. We heard from Tower Hill Landing, who has 143 units. I don't think we anticipated that someone was going to spend 100 times 100 and, 10,000 plus.
No.
I'm
Hold on a
just,
second.
We're limiting it to one time, that's it.
You know, have a Chris Show and I from Tower Hill come and sit down with you guys. And
yeah.
actually have a constructive conversation.
So,
Try to put something together.
so I saw that email.
So here's what I'm going to do.
I'm just saying that I don't think that we're ready to rush to the next meeting, because there are some aspects of this that we need more time to vet through.
We
Patty's
haven't even
nodding.
had an adequate amount of time to really walk through the details of this. I'm going to make a motion to continue the public hearing to the next meeting in September.
So moved.
I got a second. Is there any discussion?
I want to continue it out further. I'm going to vote against it. Not
Okay.
because I don't want to have the conversation, but I want to have a bigger conversation about this fitting into the homestead, because this doesn't make a lot of sense until we know what the homestead exemption, if it's possible, and how it would look. And I think you're just creating a lot of bureaucracy when we might not need this piece of information to either do or not do the homestead exemption.
Any more
Patty's
discussion?
nodding.
I think that does make sense, because we do, I follow where Deb is going with that, and I think we might need a little bit more time to pull all of the pieces of information together.
If you think you need more time, then at the subsequent meeting, we could decide that we're not ready to enact and we could push it off later. Right now, I have a motion to continue the public hearing to the next meeting in September. There's a second. Any more discussion? All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
Nay.
All right, that passes 4-1. This is going to be continued to the second meeting in September. All right, we're now going to move to new business. I know you guys have been sitting here for a while. We're going to move up item 10M, discussion and potential action relative to the legal requirements for a second ingress and egress on 2 recently built duplexes located on Oak Street, as requested by Councilwoman Patty Allen.
Just before we go and talk about this, is this okay with legal? Because I feel like some of this blurs the lines of our role with other boards and offices. I'm looking to Mike. I just want clarification before we go down.
I think you're going to get a presentation from the building official, from Jamie,
Okay.
on this, and I can tell you right up front, legally, this is all determined by the state fire code, and this council cannot overrule the state fire code. You would literally have to get your own enabling legislation from the General Assembly to make the fire code more restrictive than it is today. And I will tell you that every developer in the state will be there opposing that. So, but having said that, I'm sure we can have some discussion, but you are not going to be able to add something above and beyond a statewide law that you and every other community in Rhode Island is bound by.
So the real problem here, as I see it, is that it seems like an unintended consequence, maybe.
I agree, and we're working right now with the planning department, and we're going to be having a work session, and maybe it's going to be the same night as the homestead exemption. You can decide that a little later in the meeting. We're working on things to propose to you relative to zoning amendments, although we can't do anything about Oak Street and the development there, what we could do to prevent further such Oak Street duplexes from happening
we can't.
there or elsewhere, but we can't undo what's already been done because it was legally done.
Right, so just so that everybody in town knows, these are two side-by-side duplexes, and they each have a front door, and you walk around this giant structure. There's no side doors, there are no back doors, and the egress on the second floor is an 18 feet from the window that somebody would have to jump out of to get away from a fire. And this is legal. This is fine with, apparently. I just don't understand, and I don't want more of this in the town.
Jamie, what do we got?
So I don't have much of a presentation, but I can just start by saying that the building codes are the minimum requirements for life safety. Oftentimes, builders, developers will go above and beyond that. A single-family dwelling or a duplex, each unit is only required to have one egress door, as well as every bedroom is required to have a window that meets emergency escape and rescue opening requirements. So these duplexes on Oak Street do meet the minimum requirements. If you say you wanted to change the building code, because the state is using a model code and then amends it from there locally, like a lot of states do, but it's a national code. So it would be considered by the Building Code and Standards Committee, which is a 25-member board appointed by the governor. They take it for consideration and vote. It would then go to an oversight committee and legislators for that, for consideration, but it would be a substantial lift, as Mr. Arcillo said. You'd have just about every developer and builder potentially opposing it, unless if there's substantial evidence to show that it would,
I just don't understand how this is not a tremendous fire hazard. I mean, I know it is. Like, nobody is going to tell me that it's not dangerous. I would never let my children live in something like that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want my mother to jump out of the 18-foot window.
Certainly it's unconventional. Most homes do have a side or a rear door on the property to like a deck or patio, but it does meet the minimum requirements.
I think everybody in town needs to, this really, I find to be completely unacceptable, and I definitely will be hitting up everybody I can at the state level to try to change this, because it's egregious, and all it takes is one fire, and it just makes me sick to think that somebody could build something like that. I find it completely egregious, and everything I hear just is worse and worse. It is a fire trap. It's the Hotel California.
Jamie, do you have a presentation here?
I don't have a presentation.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, though.
Could I ask a question?
Council members? Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay, so we've heard lots of bad things about this, but just for my clarification, what the one door with windows with an 18-foot drop, right? That is technically per fire code. That's what you're saying?
Per state building code.
Per state building code.
Correct.
And the only way to correct that would be state legislation or the governor's board of...
It would be legislation, essentially. So state law is the building code, so it would be amendment to the law.
So right now, there's no actionable item the town council could take?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
The action item would be a proposed amendment to the legislation, a resolution by the council, giving it to your delegation at the State House and asking that it be amended. I mean, there's action you can take. What I'm telling you is that it's an uphill battle.
I did contact the speaker, and he did say that he was willing to speak with you. I'm not sure if you guys have spoken. That
I haven't, but
because I mean, I'll write back to him and say that this is what we decide, this is what we're being told, because I was under the impression that we could possibly make our standards stricter, because this clearly is being seen as an oversight. I mean, I just think that there's somewhere else we could go with it by like personally meeting with him, because this is something that's going to be in every single city and town. People can be trying to now build these like essentially fire traps. I just feel very passionately about this, clearly.
Good.
But what Mike's telling us is, if we tried to do that in the context of the fire code at least, there's going to be a lawsuit filed the next day, we're going to lose, and we're not only going to lose, we're going to wind up paying the other side's fees because it's legal. There is a supremacy doctrine and clause that says you don't get to make your own laws beyond what the state has done. And the more we focus in on the fire code, the clearer it's going to be to a judge that what we're trying to do is circumvent state law. If there's something aside from
I don't think Patty's suggesting that we try to adopt something just for the town and override the fire code. I think her speaking to the speaker goes to the point of we can ask. We can ask the General Assembly. We can propose a bill, like on any topic. Of course you can propose a bill.
Right.
And as egregious as it sounds, Rhode Island has one of the strictest fire codes in the nation because of the Great White Fire. We've got one of the strictest fire codes.
Yeah.
And so, as egregious as it sounds, our fire code is pretty strict.
But this was overlooked.
Could we, for actionable item on this, Mike, could you send us something, a memo on what possibly this council could send as a resolution?
Absolutely. And
so we can address what Councilwoman Alley is saying.
I can work with Jamie's office.
And then work there and just so we can, because of this, we would like future action on that, right?
It will take some time.
That's fine.
I happen to be leaving on vacation tomorrow, but yes, we absolutely can get that in front of you for, say, an October meeting. So the idea would be to pre-file it before the General Assembly comes into session in January. We'll get it pre-filed, and then you can work on your legislators, you can work on the speaker. It can be done. I mean, we can propose it for sure.
So I'd like to make a motion to direct the council's office to send us a memo regarding our actions we could do.
Second.
All right, we got a motion, second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Mike.
She wanted to say something.
You guys wish to say anything in this?
Come on
All right,
up,
come on
Jim.
up.
Turn on
the button on the right.
Got it. I'm Jean Bowen. I'm going to buy the fire extinguishers for those people. I can do that. I can gift that when they move in. And the reason is, I lost my husband in a fire at 87 Oak Street 7 years ago. Do you remember? St. Patrick's Day. I feel so strongly about this. I will speak to the legislators. I spoke to Speaker Sakarshi. It has to happen. It has to happen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Patty.
I feel that way, Jean.
Thank you.
You have to come,
I just don't know how someone who is a builder can do this and throw 20 people in these huge things and look at themselves in the mirror and wonder, what if something happens? How can you live with yourself? I don't understand.
I wouldn't, especially after all this.
Honestly. And poor Jean, I mean, that was hard. I mean, her husband, he was a wonderful man. He used to come to my store all the time and buy her beautiful flowers. And he died in the house in the garage. And I'll never forget that. But I just don't know how anyone who is a decent person who can throw 20 people in this cage and just not even think about it. I think about everything I do for safety, to be kind, to do everything. I just can't fathom the way of thinking of a person doing this. And it's just, they're modular homes, and these are like the least of modular homes that you can buy. They're coming down the road and the insulation's blowing all over the road, and they're all OSB board with all this flammable glue that puts all the pieces together to make these cheap things. So if there is a fire, it's going to be one fire and gone. And I just can't believe, I wouldn't put an animal, I wouldn't put a mosquito in there. I mean, seriously, how are they going to get out?
Ma'am, could I just ask you to give us your name so that for the record?
It's Meredith Masson.
Meredith Masson, thank you.
Well, I just don't know how they're going to live with themselves.
Thank you. Okay. In the interest of time here, we're going to try something new here. Does anyone have any questions for the manager or department directors with respect to any items 10A through 10I?
I do not.
If there are none, I'm going to consider we take all these in one block.
Motion to approve items 10A, B, C.
yeah, but I'm not making this as a precedenting thing.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
D.
just want you to say that out loud.
E, F, G, H, I, K.
Just I, up to I.
Up and I.
All right, we got a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any discussion? I'll just state that we're doing this in the interest of time. This meeting has gone, relatively late, and going through all these items individually would, take us even later. So, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, those items pass. It's going to bring us to item K. Perhaps we continue this to the subsequent meeting. I'm going to make that motion to continue this to the second meeting in September. We got a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that item is continued. Item L. You want to pick this up at the next meeting, or you want to decide this now? I'm okay continuing this.
All the dates were October, correct? So we'll find one in October.
Okay. All right, we're going to continue. Item L.
Second.
We got a motion, second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that item is continued. It's now going to move us
We did A.
to communications. We dealt with 12A and
So
12C.
Do we direct the town chief of police to do anything with Fairgrounds Road?
I think we're all set here. He was here. He was listening to it.
I suggested to Ellen
Yeah.
that she call him for a meeting, and
Okay.
I'll go with her.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve item 12B.
Second.
We got a second. Any discussion?
Just one quick question, Jim, I talked to you about this one. Did you check on them? I looked it up online. They seem The Genesis Center is part of Brown University, I think, and Cheryl Buchanan's on the board of the organization that's sponsoring this week. It's a national thing. It's not. Yeah.
Fine.
Okay.
So are we going to create a resolution and then pass it post date?
We're just going to pass it now.
Okay. Okay.
She provided a draft,
Oh,
so I'll go
okay,
through
sorry,
it.
I missed that part.
Yeah, I read that. I think she sent it to me.
So second?
Yeah.
We have a motion second, more discussion. Any further discussion?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Second.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There we go.
Any discussion? Are you guys
Good night,
sure about
updates
this?
No, please, can
All in
please stay.
favor? Aye. All right, this meeting is over. See you next